Chapter 227. That night, Yi-Chin did nothing. Instead, he hugged Yuhan and fell into a deep sleep. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a few years. She wasn't prepared at all. This was the best night Yi-Chin had slept since he returned to Earth. He slept until 9 o'clock the next morning. She woke up after being teased. When Yi-Chin opened his eyes, he realized that Su Yuhan was lying on top of him. She could not stop poking his nose with her hair while smirking. Seeing that Yi-Chin had woken up, she wanted to get up by instinct. The next moment, however, she was grabbed by a hand and fell onto Yi-Chin. Yi-Chin's gaze was gentle. "Why are you up so early? Get some more sleep. The sun is already shining on your butt, and you're still sleeping. Furthermore, I still have to cook for Meng Meng." Su Yuhan pecked him on the lips and moved away quickly. She looked at Yi-Chin while blinking her beautiful eyes and smiled cunningly. "Your Majesty, when are you marrying me? I'll marry you when we get back." Yi-Chin placed his hand on her messy long hair and said gently, "I'll hold a grand wedding for you. I'll make you the happiest bride in the world." At this point, he put away the smile on his face and narrowed his eyes. His gaze was cold. "But before that, I still have to kill someone." Sensing the killing intent coming from him, Su Yuhan's heart skipped a beat. "Dummy, are you going to kill again?" She knew that Yi-Chin was planning to kill Bai Zhanyuan. "I can't tolerate people coveting my woman or even desecrating her." Yi-Chin shook his head lightly, his expression cold. Although he had no idea about Bai Zhanyuan's identity and why he wanted Su Yuhan all the time, he had no idea. However, none of that mattered. What mattered was that he was already a dead man to Yi-Chin. She hugged him by instinct. "I heard from Su Tao that the person with the surname Bai came from a very mysterious place. He's very powerful." "Silly! I don't want anything to happen to you. I don't want anything to happen to you." Yi-Chin caressed her pretty face and said while smiling lightly, "You have to trust your husband." Your husband, am very powerful now. I'm the #1 Grandmaster, #1 in China, and #1 on the Heaven leaderboard. No one can hurt me. Once I'm done with Bai, I'll bring you back to see my parents." "Yes." Su Yuhan nodded lightly and said, "No matter what, you have to be careful. It's not easy for our family to reunite. I don't want anything else. I just want to live happily for the rest of my life." She could not help but roll her eyes at Yi-Chin as she spoke to this point. Also, Meng Meng is still young. As her father, you can't instill violence into her mind, let alone kill someone in front of her. Apart from being surprised when Yi-Chin went to pick her up, she was even more shocked. She would never forget the cold bodies lying on the ground at the entrance of the Dharma Zen temple yesterday. Even an adult like her was scared out of her wits, let alone a child. Yi-Chin nodded with a smile, but he did not take it to heart. As Yi-Chin's daughter, she was destined not to be like an ordinary person since she was born. She could not see blood or fight. Since he would have to experience it sooner or later, he might as well experience it in advance. That way, he wouldn't be mentally prepared, or his personality would be set and he wouldn't be able to accept it. Looking at his expression, Su Yuhan guessed that he did not take it to heart. Just when she was about to say something, the little girl knocked on the door. "Dad, Mom, open the door." The little girl stood at the door and knocked on the door while squeaking. Su Yuhan was shocked. She walked over to open the door immediately, but she staggered after taking a few steps out. She almost fell onto the ground. "What's wrong?" Yi-Chin walked over to help her up immediately. Su Yuhan took a light breath in and glared at him. Yi-Chin rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly. "Get lost." A squeaky voice responded to him. Bang! At that moment, a loud thud came. The door was pushed onto the ground directly. Yi-Chin and Su Yuhan were shocked and looked over by instinct. They saw the little girl standing at the door with sleepy eyes. She looked at her hand and then at the door that fell onto the ground. She was timid and did not know what to do, as if she had done something wrong. "Dad, I didn't do it on purpose." She merely pushed the door a few times softly, and the door fell. Yi Chen understood instantly. He walked over and picked her up. Don't worry, don't worry. I don't blame you. The little girl had eaten too many medicinal pills. Although she did not refine them, her body had changed unknowingly. That's right. I don't blame you. Su Yuhan picked her up and asked lovingly, Meng Meng, are you hungry? I'll make breakfast for you now. I'm hungry, Mom. I want to eat eggs. Meng Meng's stomach was growling. All right, I'll make breakfast for you after I'm done washing up. Su Yuhan smiled and walked out while carrying the little girl. However, the way she walked was strange. She was limping with her legs clasped together. Yi Chen walked out after changing. He saw a silhouette standing at the living room door. It was Su Yuwei. Why are you here? Su Yuwei was stunned at first when she saw him. Subsequently, she looked around in a daze. Also, where am I? She had just woken up, and her memory was still stuck on the day of the Su family's wedding. Su Tao had arranged for someone to lock her in the backyard. She was crying when she recalled what had happened to her sister. There was an earthquake, and a big pot next to her fell and covered her directly. She then passed out. Yi Chen's expression was rather cold. He did not treat his sister-in-law well. Just when he was going to speak, he saw Su Yuhan walk out with a bowl of egg noodles. Sister? Su Yuwei's eyes were wide open. Su Yuhan smiled. Wei Wei, you're awake. Come have breakfast. I was going to wake you up. Su Yuwei was stunned. Subsequently, she ran over and hugged Su Yuhan. She said excitedly, Sister, why are you here? Weren't you locked up by my cousin? Your brother-in-law got me out. Su Yuhan put the breakfast on the table and told her what happened while smiling. Su Yuwei was shocked to hear that. Her expression was complicated. Yi Chen, did you really destroy my family? Although she had told Su Tao that Yi Chen had returned to save her sister, it was merely a threat. She did not have high hopes for Yi Chen. Never had she thought that Yi Chen would really succeed. Yi Chen nodded coldly. Su Yuhan, who was standing aside, noticed that there seemed to be a conflict between them. She said, while smiling, Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's eat. She returned to the kitchen and brought out 4 bowls of noodles. She carried Meng Meng in her embrace. Try my cooking. What do you think? Meng Meng's little face fell after taking a bite. It's a little salty. Su Yuhan took a bite and realized that it was true. She blushed. I'm sorry. It's been a long time since I cooked. I put too much salt in it. Yi Chen got up while smiling and poured a glass of water for the mother and daughter. Thank you, Daddy. The little girl smiled at Yi Chen politely and sweetly. Su Yuhan was the only one who was unmoved. The little girl was upset. She pouted and said, Mommy, why didn't you say thank you when Daddy poured you water? Our teacher always taught us to be polite. Su Yuhan was slightly stunned upon hearing that. Yi Chen almost laughed out loud. Yi Chen almost laughed out loud. This little girl's serious expression was extraordinarily cute. Don't you know that Daddy and Mommy are a family? You don't have to be so polite. The expression on her face was rather interesting. She hesitated and said to Yi Chen in a blaming manner, Thank you. Thank you for teaching your daughter so well. I can't believe you're teaching me, her mother. Yi Chen coughed and said nothing. Su Yuhan rolled her eyes at the little girl angrily. Are you satisfied now that I'm doing this? Unexpectedly, the little fellow shook his head and said seriously, No, Mom, you're wrong. You should say, Thank you, hubby. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuhan's pretty face blushed all the way to her ears. She said angrily, Kids shouldn't talk too much about adult matters. How was it possible for her to call that fool husband in front of outsiders? Was this daughter his own? Could it be that after I gave birth to her in the hospital, the nurse took the wrong baby from the nursery? Cough, cough. Yi Chen could not stop coughing and gave Meng Meng an encouraging look. Great job. Your mother needs a little witch like you to treat her. P.S. Chapter 4. End of chapter. Chapter 228. At the same time in the Martial Alliance headquarters, as a Martial Alliance elder and a Martial Dao master, Feng Kuai was kneeling on the ground at the moment. He was shaking while facing the stone door before him. "Chief, it's my fault that the Ku Rong old men are dead. I'm willing to accept any punishment." Initially, he thought they would definitely win if he fought Yi Chen with the help of the Ku Rong old men, unquestionable Jian, Master Jisha and Wei Wuya. However, he almost lost his mind when the Martial Alliance's spy sent him the news. After a few seconds of silence behind the stone door, an extremely powerful energy shot out of the wall in the end. It severed Feng Kuai's left arm directly. Feng Kuai held back the pain and dared not scream. It was because the person who punished him was the Martial Alliance's chief, the Martial Alliance's legend. He was a man who was neglected by the world, but was terrifyingly powerful, Sikong Ao. "Because of your mistake, my Martial Alliance has lost 2 masters. I'll sever your arm as punishment." An extremely cold voice came from behind the stone door. Feng Kuai pressed his face against the ground immediately. "Chief, Mad Southern, you must hate my Martial Alliance now. What should we do?" "Mad Southern Yi," a murmur came from behind the stone door, as if someone was thinking. After a few seconds, the voice said, "This person is unparalleled. I originally admired him and wanted to take him under my wing, but since the wood has already sunk, should I get all of the Martial Alliance elders to fight?" A ferocious gleam flashed through Feng Kuai's eyes. He knew that he had offended Yi Chen now, so there was no room for reconciliation. Instead of waiting for Yi Chen to fight, he might as well attack first. "No," the voice behind the stone door scoffed. "Do you think the government is useless when the Martial Alliance is fighting with all of them?" "Chief, although our Martial Alliance belongs to the military, we've grown a lot over the years. Our ability is more powerful than the military, I think." Feng Kuai's eyes flickered. "You fool!" A scoff came. Feng Kuai groaned as blood dripped from the corner of his lips. He was extremely shocked. "The government isn't as simple as you think. Otherwise, why do you think I went into closed-door cultivation for 20 years? The person said coldly, "We don't have to fight Mad Southerny. There are 2 candidates at the moment." "Bai Zhanyuan?" Feng Kuai said by instinct. "Not bad." The person behind the stone door chuckled softly. "At the moment, there are 3 people in China that I can't see through. The first is Mad Southerny, the second is Bai Zhanyuan, and the third is the unparalleled sword, especially Bai Zhanyuan. This person appeared out of nowhere and has a mysterious background. I suspect that he's from Shang Santian. People from Shang Santian are powerful enough to suppress the outside world. Therefore, let him fight Mad Southerny." Feng Kuai asked, "Who else can threaten Mad Southerny?" "Jian Wushuang." The voice behind the stone door was a little heavy. "This man's talent is even better than Mad Southerny. I hit him with a palm that day, and he was saved by an old Taoist priest. I thought he would definitely die, but I didn't expect him to recover in just a few days. He even carried the coffin and killed his way into Mount Wangu." Feng Kuai's pupils constricted. He was well aware of the chief's strength. An ordinary martial Dao grandmaster could be killed with a single slap, but Jian Wushuang, an 18-year-old boy, had taken a blow from him and was only seriously injured. Thinking of this, he could not help but say, "But there has been no news of Jian Wushuang for almost 3 months. Maybe he is already dead?" "Impossible." The person behind the stone door spoke. "There was news from Mount Wangu yesterday. This man destroyed the 4 ancient martial families of Mount Wangu with a sword while carrying a coffin a few days ago. He caused the patriarchs of the 4 ancient martial families to break out of their closed-door cultivation. They wanted to suppress him together, but this man killed them in a domineering manner. Just this morning, someone saw a young man in white walking out from the foot of Mount Wangu. I think it must be Jian Wushuang. He's here to fulfill his 3-month promise with unquestionable Jian. Pissed, Feng Kuai sucked in a breath of cold air. Mount Wangwu. Since ancient times, it was known as the top of the 10 grotto heavens. It was also the holy land for countless people to seek immortality and Tao. Although there were no immortals there, Mount Wangwu had 4 ancient martial families after thousands of years of inheritance. Each ancient martial family had a martial Tao master. Jian Wushuang had killed 4 masters on his own. His battle record was comparable to mad southern Yaz. It was no wonder the chief thought that Jian Wushuang could threaten mad southern Yi. Not only could he threaten, but their abilities might even be on par. Chief, do you mean we should get the unparalleled sword to fight mad southern Yi? But will he listen to us? Feng Kuai was half happy and half worried. Not at the moment. The person behind the stone door paused and said, Mad Southern Yi is fighting Bai Zhanyuan now. If he dies in Bai Zhanyuan's hands, the unparalleled sword won't have to fight. If Bai Zhanyuan dies, we'll get the unparalleled sword to fight. Didn't the unparalleled sword have a 3-month promise with unquestionable Jian? Now that unquestionable Jian has died in Mad Southern Ya's hands and Mad Southern Yi knows how to use a sword, I think a sword fanatic like the unparalleled sword will definitely challenge Mad Southern Yi. Feng Kuai was enlightened as soon as he heard that. He said in admiration, You're wise, chief. A person like the unparalleled sword is arrogant. He looks down on the world and thinks highly of himself. He's the same as Mad Southern Yi. If the 2 of them really fight, they'll definitely die. He could not help but secretly laugh hysterically. When night fell, Yichen got up and walked to the room where Su Tao was locked up after Su Yuhan and his daughter fell asleep. Su Tao was miserable now. Yi Qin had crippled both of his legs and extracted all of his blood. He was like a mummy now, but he was still alive. Tell me everything about Bai Zhanyuan. I'll consider giving you a quick death. Yi Qin looked at him in a condescending manner. Su Tao moved his lips, his face filled with resentment. Are you scared? Yi Qin frowned and said nothing. He stretched his arm and pressed it on Su Tao's head directly. He performed the soul-searching tactic by force. Su Tao felt like his head was going to explode from the powerful divine consciousness. Soon, Yi Qin retracted his hand and glanced at Su Tao, who was on the ground. He noticed that he was drooling and giggling like an idiot. That was the side effect of the soul-searching tactic. By Zhanyuan, the Ghost Rider sect, Yi Chen's expression was cold. He finally understood Bai Zhanyuan's information. This person's identity was mysterious. He had only appeared in the secular world a year ago. He discovered the Ghost Rider sect's ruins and the remnant of the seal. He wanted to use Su Yuhan's pure Yin blood to open the Ghost Rider sect mountain gate, so that he could obtain the inheritance. That was the reason why Su Tao, Wei Wuya, unquestionable Jian, and the rest were willing to be his lackeys. They wanted to obtain some inheritance from the Ghost Rider sect. Bai Zhanyuan, is that your real intention? It's unfortunate that everything is over since you've met me. Yi Qin shook his head lightly. Although he sounded calm, there was a monstrous, killing intent in his words. Chapter 229. After retrieving the information about Bai Zhanyuan from Su Tao's head using the soul-searching tactic, Yi Qin glanced at Su Tao, who was lying on the ground like a fool. Yi Qin glanced at Su Tao, who was sprawled on the ground like a fool. He shook his head lightly. There's no point keeping you alive. Su Tao's body exploded in flames all of a sudden. Su Tao's body suddenly burst into flames and turned into ashes in a few breaths. It was late at night and the moon hung high in the sky. It was located on the former site of the beacon tower of the Great Wall at the junction of Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei. A white-robed young man flew through the air with his hands behind his back. Perhaps it was because his speed was too fast, but the strong winds caused his clothes to flutter loudly. At that moment, the young man in white stopped and looked at the former site of the beacon tower in a condescending manner. He had his eyes on a rectangular stone tablet that was a meter tall. Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei was carved on the 3 sides of the stone tablet. 3 boundary tablets? That means we're arriving in Beijing soon. A smirk appeared at the corner of the young man's lips. Mad Southernie, you ruined my plan. I've traveled thousands of miles for you. I hope you won't disappoint me. As soon as he was done speaking, an extremely intense killing intent exploded out of the young man's body. He charged toward Beijing at a high speed while the aura on his body spread to the ground like a tide. When his aura exploded and hit the ground, some of the people in the city lifted their eyes to look into the sky. Shock flashed through their eyes. They sensed the aura that was charging 800 meters in the sky at the same time. It was like a heavy mountain, causing goosebumps to rise all over their bodies. In a Taoist temple, an old Taoist priest who was meditating with his legs crossed stood up suddenly and leaped onto the roof of the Taoist temple. He looked at the sky in shock. This aura? A martial Tao venerable. On the path of martial arts, there were acquired stage and innate stage. One would be a martial Tao master when they reached innate stage. Meanwhile, the legendary venerable stage was above the martial Tao venerable stage. A martial Tao master could release true energy, pick flowers and leaves, and kill people by exhaling. Meanwhile, legend had it that venerable stage cultivators could comprehend the rules and activate the power of heaven and earth. They could move mountains and seas with a single thought. However, venerable stage was too rare. One had never been heard of in the past 100 years. Even the old Taoist priest, who was 80 years old, had never seen one. However, the aura that was released earlier was just too powerful and shocking. The old Taoist priest was shocked. In China, there are only 2 people who can touch the venerable realm. The old Taoist priest frowned. One of them is Yang Junlin, who is currently ranked 2nd on the Heaven Leaderboard. This person has dominated the Heaven Leaderboard for more than 20 years. No one can compete with him. The 2nd is the current number 1 on the Heaven Leaderboard, Mad Southernie. This man can control lightning, and his spells are divine. He is also a martial arts grandmaster, and he might have touched the venerable realm. As he spoke to this point, the old Taoist priest's expression kept changing. Yang Junlin has always been known for keeping a low profile. It's rare for him to be as high profile as that person earlier. Could it be the extermination county magistrate, Mad Southernie? What Yi Chen had no idea about was that ever since he was born, he had destroyed the Song family first, and then the Su family. He was infamous. People in the ancient martial arts world jokingly called him the magistrate who destroyed a family and the county magistrate who destroyed a family. This person seems to be heading in the direction of Yanjing. I'm afraid he doesn't have good intentions. The old Taoist stared at the sky and hesitated. Why don't we follow them and take a look? I've been trapped below the venerable realm for 30 years. My life is coming to an end. If I don't break through now, I won't be able to escape death. Determination flashed through the old Taoist priest's face as he thought to this point. He leaped and flew directly toward Yanjing. He was not the only one. Wherever the young man in white passed, the powerhouses who sensed his aura would follow behind him. They wanted to see if he was the legendary venerable. Meanwhile, in a mansion in Yanjing, 3 people were sitting on the couch in the living room. One of them was a middle-aged man with a mustache, and the other 2 were a young man and a young woman sitting before him. If there were people who knew the high society in Yanjing, they would definitely recognize that the middle-aged man was the master of the wealthy Pang family in Yanjing, the number 4 on the Heaven Leaderboard, Pang Yuanqing. Pang Yuanqing had been working in the military, so he rarely went home. This time he was depressed because of the Su family's incident. He was worried that the Pang family would mess things up, so he came back for a few days during the holiday. Dad, did Mad Southernie really destroy the Su family? Beside him was a pretty girl with a ponytail and dressed in black exercise clothes. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Even the young man next to the lady could not help but look at Pang Yuanqing. Pang Yuanqing's expression changed slightly. He said in his deep voice, "That's right. The Su family is different from my family. All these years, be it on the surface or in the dark, they've offended many people. Mad Southern Yi is one of them." In reality, there was something that he did not say. Even if Mad Southern Yi did not destroy the Su family, the government would do something about it because the Su family was getting more and more out of hand in the political and military circles. The young man gulped and could not help but say in shock, "Dad, I heard that Xue Xiao from the Xue family died in Mad Southern Ye's hands. Is he really that powerful?" Pang Yuanqing sighed. "He's not just powerful. Even I'm not his match." As soon as he said that, the young man's expression changed. "Dad, you're just boosting other people's morale and diminishing your own." On the other hand, the pretty lady scoffed. "It's not like you haven't killed martial Dao masters before. It's just that you haven't killed as many as Mad Southern Yi. If you're given a chance, how can you be weaker than him?" She looked indifferent. "Moreover, you've never fought Mad Southern Yi before. How do you know that you're not as powerful as him?" Upon hearing that, Pang Yuanqing's face turned grim. He said, "Fian, Pang Hao, you guys should keep this to yourselves. Don't spread it around and don't provoke Mad Southern Yi. The Su family is a good example." He paused as he spoke to this point. "Also, Mad Southern Yi has actually done our family a favor. Your fourth uncle was assassinated by the Dark Knight Butcher back then. It's a humiliation to our family. After Mad Southern Yi killed the Dark Knight Butcher, he's considered to have avenged our family." Pang Fian and Pang Hao nodded one after another. They knew what happened to Xue Lei and Su Jian. Pang Yuanqing was relieved to see that. Just when he was going to urge them to go back to sleep, his phone rang. He picked it up immediately when he saw the number on it. "All right, Commander Han. I'll be right there." Pang Yuanqing's expression changed slightly. After he hung up, Pang Fian, who was standing aside, could not help but ask, "Dad, who called? What happened?" "Commander Han called me just now. He said that a powerhouse has flown into Beijing. He's currently at Shijingshan. The person didn't hide his aura at all. It seems like he's here with ill intentions." Pang Yuanqing looked at the two of them and said, "Stay at home obediently. Don't go out." He changed his clothes and walked out of the villa after saying that. He drove straight to Shijingshan. After he left, Pang Fian mumbled. She suddenly looked at Pang Hao next to her and said, "Brother, why don't we go and take a look?" "Forget it. Dad said that we're not allowed to go." Pang Hao shook his head, but there was curiosity in his eyes. "Moreover, if we go out, Dad will find out as soon as we drive. Are you dumb? We won't drive. Can't we just take a taxi?" Pang Fian rolled her eyes at him. P.S. Chapter 1. There are 4 more chapters. The 4 chapters are written. I'll update them at night. Chapter 230. My Uncle Yan became a martial Dao master 20 years ago when he was 19. Nobody from the younger generation could fight him back then. Now, he's ranked number 8 on the Heaven leaderboard. Pang Fian's face turned pale. "You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Don't spout nonsense if you don't know anything. He can kill you with a single breath." The rest nodded one after another upon hearing that. Yan Nanfei was a legend in the Navy. Many of them had heard of him. The quiet lady looked at Yi Chen and secretly frowned. She hated people who tried to please the public. "Brother Yi, watch your words," Pang Hao said with a slightly cold expression. Yi Chen could only smile and say nothing. "Open your eyes and watch. You'll know how powerful Uncle Yan is when he fights later." Pang Fian was getting angrier the more she thought about it. At the same time, Yan Nanfei's voice came from the air. "Young man, we'll only know if I'm your match after we fight." Raging wave palm. Yan Nanfei's clothes fluttered as soon as he was done speaking. Majestic energy exploded as he shouted and took the lead to attack with his palm. Under the powerful fluctuations of the strength chi, all the air around him was sucked in by him, and in a few breaths it condensed into a huge palm print, which was impressively condensed from water vapor. From afar, it looked like a surging river that was constantly surging and boiling. It also looked like a water dragon that had died. This is Uncle Yan's famous technique, raging wave palm. Seeing this scene, Pang Fian was so excited that her face flushed red. I heard from my dad that 20 years ago, Uncle Yan comprehended on the sea for 3 days and 3 nights before finally comprehending this raging wave palm. When he struck out with his palm, it was like a tsunami erupting with unstoppable force. General Yan has extraordinary talent. I can't wait. An ancient martial artist shook his head with respect on his face. He then asked, I wonder who your father is. My father is Pang Yuanqing, Pang Fian said as if she was showing off. The people in the house were shocked as soon as they heard that. Someone walked over and toasted. I can't believe that General Pang, who ranks number 4 on the heaven leaderboard, is your father. We've been rude. Pang looked helpless. You're too polite. Pang Fian was all smiles. Subsequently, she could not help but glance at Yi Chen. The smile on her face faded a lot when she noticed that he still looked calm. She was pissed. Meanwhile, on top of a tall building opposite the bar, 3 figures stood upright against the wind, their gazes fixed on the sky. They were Han Qinhu, Li Yunxiao, and Pang Yuanqing, who were on the heaven leaderboard. Nan Fei's raging wave palm is amazing. He actually thought of using the fog in the sky as an attack method. Han Qinhu stood with his hands behind his back, full of praise. Li Yunxiao nodded and said with a smile, not bad. If I want to receive this palm strike, I will have to use at least 70% of my strength. Pang Yuanqing, on the other hand, did not say a word. His intuition told him that he was not simple. As Yan Nanfei slammed his palm out in the air, a gigantic palm print that was like a long river charged by Zhang Yuan, who was 20 meters away with the force of a tsunami. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths as they stared at the sky, afraid of missing any details. How dare you show off in front of me with such a small trick? Bai Zhang Yuan smirked in disdain. He lifted his arm and pressed the gigantic palm print that was charging at him softly. The gigantic palm print exploded and turned into countless raindrops that scattered everywhere. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their own eyes. Yan Nanfei's raging wave palm was broken just like that? Pang Fian, who was excited earlier, was stunned. Let me teach you what the raging wave palm is. Bai Zhang Yuan chuckled and grabbed in the air. He grabbed all of the water vapor within 1,000 meters around him. Within the blink of an eye, a giant void palm print was consolidated. It was approximately 15 meters long. Go! The giant palm print charged at Yan Nanfei in an overwhelming manner. Oh no! The expressions of the 3 people on the top floor changed. They took a step forward at the same time and charged over by stepping in the air directly. The people on the ground screamed at the same time upon seeing that. It's Commander Han, Commander Li, General Pang, and the rest! It's my dad. My dad is attacking. Pang Fian was so excited that she almost jumped up. She was afraid that people did not know that Pang Yuanqing was her father. Nanfei, let's attack together. Pang Yuanqing shouted. The 4 of them exerted their strength and attacked with their palms. Each of them consolidated a layer of protective energy in front of them. They seemed to be trying to take the giant palm print head-on. The 4 layers of protective energy merged into a gigantic protective energy barrier. Bang! The giant palm print landed on the protective energy barrier accurately. A crack was heard, and the protective energy barrier shattered instantly. Uft! The 4 of them turned pale and spat a mouthful of blood at the same time. The 4 of them staggered and flew out. Gasp! At that moment, everyone gasped. They were shocked as they did not expect such an outcome at all. Yan Nanfei, who ranked number 8 on the heaven leaderboard, Li Yunxiao, who ranked number 7 on the heaven leaderboard, Han Qinhu, who ranked number 6 on the heaven leaderboard, and Pang Yuanqing, who ranked number 4 on the heaven leaderboard, were defeated even though they joined forces. One must know that any one of the 4 of them could defeat the entire China. However, the 4 of them were defeated by a young man when they joined forces. How is that possible? Pang Fian screamed in shock. Pang Yuanqing was stunned on the spot. The 4 people that he admired the most were defeated. Do you think the 4 of you can stop me? Bai Zhanyuan stood proudly in the air, like a god, looking down on the people. He was arrogant as he suppressed the entire Beijing city. Heaven leaderboard? Haha, you're just a joke to me. How about I fight you? At that moment, an extremely majestic voice came. The people looked in the direction of the voice immediately. They saw a black silhouette flying over from far away. As soon as the person spoke, the black silhouette was already approaching them. It was a man in a purple robe flying in the air. The man was approximately 35 years old. Purple chi shot into the sky from his body, and his battle intent was intense. As soon as he appeared, people dared not look him in the eye. It's Yang Junlin, the number 1 on the heaven leaderboard. He's the god of war of China, Yang Junlin. Tisk, I can't believe he's here too. Nobody knew who exclaimed, but a series of exclamations followed. At that moment, everyone looked at the man in the purple robe with respect on their faces. So, this is the god of war of China, Yang Junlin? It's Uncle Yang. Pang Fian's mood turned better as she looked infatuated. Uncle Yang is here. That pretty boy is dead this time. Pang nodded by instinct. Nobody knew how terrifying Yang Junlin was better than the few wealthy families. He was a ruthless person who had suppressed many ancient martial families with his men. Otherwise, he would not have been called the god of war of China. Yi Qin squinted and secretly nodded. It was no wonder Yang Junlin was the number 1 on the heaven leaderboard. His ability was much more powerful than Yan Nanfei and the rest. However, he was no longer Bai Zhanyuan's match. Yang Junlin, you used to be the number 1 on the heaven leaderboard. You're much more powerful than those pieces of trash. However, you're still no match for me. Don't forget that I defeated you a year ago. Bai Zhanyuan scoffed when Yang Junlin got closer. He proceeded to say, I'll say this one last time. I'm only here for Mad Southern Yi today. You guys leave now. The crowd fell into dead silence as soon as he was done speaking. Everyone was deathly silent, and they didn't dare believe it. Yang Junlin had been defeated by this brat? However, what Yang Junlin said next admitted to it. Indeed, I lost to you a year ago. However, I've improved a lot this year, so I don't know who will win. Let me tell you this again. You flew above Beijing today and released your aura on purpose to alert the mortals. You've caused a great impact. Bai Zhanyuan said while smirking, then attack me. I'll admit defeat if you can walk to me. Yang Junlin looked grim. After taking a deep breath in, he clenched his fists and took a step toward Bai Zhanyuan. However, it was extremely difficult to take the step. The reason being, he realized the space before him was distorted as soon as he lifted his foot. It was like an invisible black hole. This man was getting closer to venerable stage. He was secretly shocked as he took the step forcefully. As soon as his foot landed, he felt an extremely powerful spiral force coming at him. It seemed like it was trying to break his foot. Break it! With a loud shout, an incomparably powerful force suddenly poured into his feet. Only then did the space over there was broken by him, and his entire body staggered back again and again. He forced a smile after he regained his footing. I've lost. At their level, they didn't even need to exchange blows to determine the victor. You're too weak. You're no match for me. The ground fell into dead silence as soon as he was done speaking. The ground was dead silent. He had lost. Even the god of war of China, Yang Junlin, had lost. Bai Zhanyuan had defeated all the powerhouses in China on his own. How powerful exactly was he? Pang Fian and the rest were shocked. A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of Bai Jianyuan's lips. I won't kill you since you're rather capable and you're closer to the threshold of venerable stage than the rest. Now, scram. I'm only looking for Mad Southern Yi. Brother Bai, there's no enmity between you and Mad Southern Yi. Why are you forcing me? Yang Junlin could not help but ask. Although he had never seen Yichin before, he had more or less heard of Mad Southern Yi. To him, Mad Southern Yi's ability was on par with his. If he was no match for Bai Jianyuan, Mad Southern Yi would not be able to either. This is between me and him. If you don't move aside, don't blame me for killing you. Bai Jianyuan scoffed coldly with killing intent spreading out. Yang Junlin did not move. He was the god of war of China. He represented the dignity of the Chinese martial arts community. He could die in battle, but he could not retreat. Uncle Yang must be crazy. They're looking for Mad Southern Yi, not him. Upon seeing that, Pang Fian stomped her feet anxiously. Also, this Mad Southern Yi is really something. He's already here, but he still hasn't appeared. What heaven leaderboard? I think he's just **T. At this time, the owner of the tavern had already brought 2 caddies of Shadozi over. Yichin glanced at Pang Fian extremely coldly and turned his head to speak to Pang Hao. Brother Pang, please help me warm my wine. I'll be back after I kill someone. P.S. Chapter 4. There's one more chapter. I've finished writing. Chapter 231. Pang Fian was pissed at Yi Chen's cold attitude. She could only scoff and turn her head away, ignoring him. After all, Yi Chen was just an ordinary person to her. However, she was secretly snickering. I'd like to see if you'll be scared to death when I see masters fighting later. On the other hand, Pang Hao and Yi Chen chatted for a while. Yi Chen only found out that they were siblings and their names. The car was fast, and they arrived near Shijingshan in less than half an hour. Yi Chen noticed that the street ahead was cordoned off, and there were many police cars parked by the road. The driver turned his head and said, Guys, the police have blocked the road. This is as far as I can go. There are still a few steps left. You guys might as well walk over. Just when Yi Chen was going to give him the money, Pang Hao, who was standing aside, handed him a 100 yuan note. It's all right. I'll pay for this, brother, too. The chauffeur took the money and returned with change. After getting out of the car, Pang Hao looked at the cordon before them and said to Yi Chen kindly, Brother Yi, follow us if you want to watch. Otherwise, you won't be able to get in. Brother, why do you care so much about him? Are you going to take responsibility if anything happens? Pang Fian said angrily. Pang Hao shook his head in between tears and laughter. He gave Yi Chen an apologetic look and walked over. A police officer in uniform walked over. The road has been blocked. You guys can't go in. Do you think we can go in with this? Pang Hao took out an officer's ID. The police officer glanced at it, and his expression turned serious immediately. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. Yi Chen looked at Pang Hao in surprise. He did not expect him to be a lieutenant colonel at such a young age. Brother Yi, let's go in. Pang Hao smiled calmly without showing off at all. He led Yi Chen into the blocked area. They could hear the faint sound of a fight coming from the sky far away. Brother, they're really fighting, Pang Fian exclaimed. Since the sound of the fight could be heard so far away and they were fighting in the sky, one could tell that the duo's ability was extraordinary. Don't talk nonsense later. Pang Hao looked grim as he turned his head to look at Yi Chen. Brother Yi, you must follow me later. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Pang Fian snorted inwardly at his nonchalant attitude. Pang Hao could only smile helplessly. The group walked in the direction of the sound of battle. 10 minutes later, they saw 2 figures standing 500 meters above the ground. One of them was a young man in white, while the other was in military uniform. He was about 40 years old and had a handsome face. Both of their auras were extremely terrifying. The auras that they emitted made the people below feel as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. It was very oppressive. Many people had gathered on the ground. Everyone stared at the sky with their eyes wide open, not daring to breathe loudly. Pang Fian said excitedly, "Brother, it's Uncle Yen." I didn't expect Uncle Yen to be here too. Pang Hao inhaled softly. Noticing that Yi Chun was confused, he introduced, while smiling, "Brother Yi, those two are ancient martial artists. I don't know the one in white, but the one in military uniform is General Yen Nanfei from the Yen family. He's a rear admiral in the Navy." Yi Chin squinted. He could see much more clearly than Pang Hao and Pang Fian. He had his eyes on the young man in white. The man's face was pale. Although he looked like a young man, there were many white hairs on his temples. He knew who that was without having to think. By Zhan Yuan. Pang Hao was secretly observing Yi Chen's expression when he was watching. He could not help but be secretly surprised to see that Yi Chen still looked calm. Ancient martial artists were far away from ordinary people. The two silhouettes standing in the air alone were enough to shock ordinary people. Pang Fian secretly pouted. This guy really knows how to act. At that moment, an extremely surprised voice came. "Fian, why are you guys here?" The three of them turned their heads immediately and saw a lady standing at the entrance of a bar 100 steps away. She wore a purple dress and had a quiet aura. "Sister Wenqian, you're here too." Pang Fian's pretty face lit up and she walked over immediately. Pang Hao was slightly stunned too. Subsequently he said to Yi Chin, "Brother Yi, let's sit down and talk. It's not safe out there." Yi Chin nodded and followed him into the Jingyang bar. The fragrance of alcohol came. There were many tables in the bar when he looked over. There was a stove that was used to heat alcohol on the tables, and the fragrance of the alcohol came from there. "It can heat alcohol?" Yi Chin was surprised. He found a table and sat down with Pang Hao. The bar's design was trendy. The ceiling was open, so one could see the duo in the air as soon as they lifted their heads. At that moment, the quiet lady noticed Yi Chin too. She could not help but be surprised to see that he was dressed casually but had an extraordinary aura. "Fian, what's this?" "A passerby we met on the bus. He said he wanted to watch the show with us," Pang Fian scoffed. The quiet lady gave a short response and stopped paying attention. Pang Hao called the boss over. "Boss, give us a bottle of good alcohol on the table. I'd like to try this hot alcohol. What kind of alcohol would you guys like?" "We have Chateau Ziergotu." The boss was a middle-aged man with a birthmark on his face. At the moment he was smiling so hard that his face was cramping. His hot alcohol bar could not make much money. However, the two powerhouses were there tonight, attracting so many people. Just 1 hour of business was equivalent to his monthly income. Pang Hao asked, "Do you have Mao Tai or Wuliang yet?" "We don't have that. It's too expensive and extravagant. People drink Mao Tai in secret. Who would drink it hot?" The boss was in between tears and laughter. "Sure, we'll have Shadozi then." Pang Hao nodded. A cold voice came from the air when the few of them were talking. "Yen Nanfei, you're only number 8 on the heaven leaderboard. You're no match for me. Get lost. Let mad Southern Yi do it." It was Bai Zhan Yuan who had spoken. Pang Fian could not help but say angrily, "Who is this guy? He's so arrogant. How dare he look down on Uncle Yen?" Yi Chen was even more certain of his speculation when he heard Bai Zhan Yuan mention his name. Yi Chen was even more certain about his speculation. He could not help but secretly nod when he sensed the duo's aura slightly. Bai Zhan Yuan was very powerful. He was the most powerful person Yi Chen had ever seen. Pang Fian, who was standing aside, could not help but question when she saw him nod. "What do you mean by that? Are you saying that my Uncle Yen is no match for that pretty boy?" Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but it spread to every corner of the bar. Many people looked at Yi Chin in an unfriendly manner. Even the quiet lady and Pang Hao looked over. "That's right." Yi Chin nodded generously. Although Yen Nanfei was powerful, he was far from Bai Zhan Yuan. The crowd could not help but glare at him. They could not help but glare at him angrily. Chapter 3. A Genius Stay-at-Home Dad in the City. Chapter 232. My Uncle Yen became a martial Tao master 20 years ago when he was 19. Nobody from the younger generation could fight him back then. Now, he's ranked number 8 on the heaven leaderboard. Pang Fian's face turned pale. You're just a frog in a well. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. He can kill you with a single breath. The rest nodded one after another upon hearing that. Yen Nanfei was a legend in the Navy. Many of them had heard of him. The quiet lady looked at Yi Chen and secretly frowned. She hated people who were just trying to please the public. Brother Yi, watch your words, Pang Hao said with a slightly cold expression. Yi Chen could only smile and say nothing. Open your eyes and watch. You'll know how powerful Uncle Yen is when he fights later. Pang Fian was getting angrier the more she thought about it. At the same time, Yen Nanfei's voice came from the air. Young man, we'll only know if I'm your match after we fight. Raging wave palm. As soon as he finished speaking, Yen Nanfei's clothes fluttered, and an extremely majestic force erupted. He shouted loudly and took the lead to strike with his palm. Under the powerful fluctuations of the strength qi, all the air around him was sucked in by him, and in a few breaths it condensed into a huge palm print, which was impressively condensed from water vapor. From afar, it looked like a surging river that was constantly surging and boiling. It also looked like a water dragon that had died. This is Uncle Yan's famous technique, raging wave palm. Seeing this scene, Pang Fian was so excited that her face flushed red. I heard from my dad that 20 years ago, Uncle Yen comprehended on the sea for 3 days and 3 nights before finally comprehending this raging wave palm. When he struck out with his palm, it was like a tsunami erupting with unstoppable force. General Yen has extraordinary talent. I can't wait. An ancient martial artist shook his head with respect on his face. He then asked, I wonder who your father is. My father is Pang Yuanqing. Pang Fian said proudly. The people in the house were shocked as soon as they heard that. Someone walked over and toasted. I can't believe that General Pang, who ranks number 4 on the heaven leaderboard, is your father. We've been rude. Pang Hao looked helpless. You're too polite. Pang Fian was all smiles. Subsequently, she could not help but glance at Yi Chen. The smile on her face faded a lot when she noticed that he still looked calm. She was pissed. Meanwhile, on top of a tall building opposite the bar, 3 figures stood upright against the wind, their gazes fixed on the sky. They were Han Qinhu, Li Yunxiao, and Pang Yuanqing, who were on the heaven leaderboard. Nan Fei's raging wave palm is amazing. He actually thought of using the fog in the sky as an attack method. Han Qinhu stood with his hands behind his back, full of praise. Li Yunxiao nodded and smiled. That's right. If I want to receive this palm strike, I will have to use at least 70% of my strength. Pang Yuanqing, on the other hand, did not say a word. His intuition told him that he was not simple. As Yen Nanfei slammed his palm out in the air, a gigantic palm print that was like a long river charged at Bai Zhanyuan, who was 20 meters away with the force of a tsunami. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths as they stared at the sky, afraid of missing any details. How dare you show off in front of me with such a small trick? Bai Zhanyuan smirked in disdain. He lifted his arm and pressed the gigantic palm print that was charging at him softly. The gigantic palm print exploded and turned into countless raindrops that scattered everywhere. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their own eyes. Yen Nanfei's raging wave palm was broken just like that? Pang Fian, who was excited earlier, was stunned. Let me teach you what the raging wave palm is. Bai Zhanyuan chuckled and grabbed in the air. He grabbed all of the water vapor within 1,000 meters around him. Within the blink of an eye, a giant void palm print was consolidated. It was approximately 15 meters long. Go. The giant palm print charged at Yan Nanfei in an earth-shattering manner. Oh no! The three of them on the top floor had a change of expression. They took a step forward at the same time and ran over by stepping into the air directly. The people on the ground screamed at the same time upon seeing that. It's Commander Han, Commander Li, General Pang, and the rest. It's my dad. My dad is attacking. Pang Fian was so excited that she almost jumped up. She was afraid that people did not know that Pang Yuanqing was her father. Nanfei, let's attack together. Pang Yuanqing bellowed, and the four of them abruptly unleashed their palms. Each of them condensed a shield of astral energy in front of them, seemingly wanting to take on the incoming palm silhouette. The four shields of astral energy fused together to form a massive astral energy barrier. Bang! The huge handprint accurately bombarded the Gangqi, only to hear a cracking sound, and the Gangqi instantly shattered. Uft! The four of them turned pale and spat a mouthful of blood at the same time. The four of them staggered and flew out. Gasp! At that moment, everyone gasped. They were shocked, as they did not expect such an outcome at all. Yan Nanfei, who ranked number 8 on the Heaven Leaderboard, Li Yunxiao, who ranked number 7 on the Heaven Leaderboard, Han Qinhu, who ranked number 6 on the Heaven Leaderboard, and Pang Yuanqing, who ranked number 4 on the Heaven Leaderboard, were defeated even though they joined forces. One must know that any of the four of them could defeat the entire China. However, the four of them were defeated by a young man when they joined forces. How is that possible? Pang Fian screamed in shock. Pang Yuanqing was stunned on the spot. The four people that he admired the most were defeated. Do you think the four of you can stop me? Bai Zhanyuan stood proudly in the air like a god, looking down on the people. He was arrogant as he suppressed the entire Beijing city. Heaven Leaderboard? Haha, you're just a joke to me. How about I fight you? At that moment, an extremely majestic voice came. The people looked in the direction of the voice immediately. They saw a black silhouette flying over from far away. As soon as the person spoke, the black silhouette was already approaching them. It was a man in a purple robe flying in the air. The man was approximately 35 years old. Purple chi shot into the sky from his body, and his battle intent was intense. As soon as he appeared, people dared not look him in the eye. It's Yang Junlin, the number 1 on the Heaven Leaderboard. He's the god of war of China, Yang Junlin. Tisk! I can't believe he's here too. Nobody knew who exclaimed, but a series of exclamations followed. At that moment, everyone looked at the man in the purple robe with respect on their faces. So this is the god of war of China, Yang Junlin? It's Uncle Yang. Pang Fian's mood turned better as she looked infatuated. Uncle Yang is here. That pretty boy is dead this time. Pang how nodded by instinct. Nobody knew how terrifying Yang Junlin was better than the few wealthy families. He was a ruthless person who had suppressed many ancient martial families with his men. Otherwise, he would not have been called the god of war of China. Yi Qin squinted and secretly nodded. It was no wonder Yang Junlin was the number 1 on the Heaven Leaderboard. His ability was much more powerful than Yan Nanfei and the rest. However, he was no longer Bai Zhanyuan's match. Yang Junlin, you used to be the number 1 on the Heaven Leaderboard. You're much more powerful than those pieces of trash. However, you're still no match for me. Don't forget that I defeated you a year ago. Bai Zhanyuan scoffed when Yang Junlin got closer. He proceeded to say, I'll say this one last time. I'm only here for Mad Southern Yi today. You guys leave now. The crowd fell into dead silence as soon as he was done speaking. Everyone was deathly silent, and they didn't dare believe it. Yang Junlin had been defeated by this brat? However, what Yang Junlin said next admitted to it. Indeed, I lost to you a year ago. However, I've improved a lot this year, so I don't know who will win. Let me tell you this again. You flew above Beijing today and released your aura on purpose to alert the mortals. You've caused a great impact. Bai Zhanyuan said, while smirking, then attack me. I'll admit defeat if you can walk to me. Yang Junlin looked grim. After taking a deep breath in, he clenched his fists and took a step toward Bai Zhanyuan. However, it was extremely difficult to take the step. The reason being, he realized the space before him was distorted as soon as he lifted his foot. It was like an invisible black hole. This man was getting closer to venerable stage. He was secretly shocked as he took the step forcefully. As soon as his foot landed, he felt an extremely powerful spiral force coming at him. It seemed like it was trying to break his foot. Break it! With a loud shout, an incomparably powerful force suddenly poured into his feet. Only then did the space over there was broken by him, and his entire body staggered back again and again. He forced a smile after he regained his footing. I've lost. At their level, they didn't even need to exchange blows to determine the victor. You're too weak. You're no match for me. The ground fell into dead silence as soon as he was done speaking. The ground was dead silent. He had lost. Even the god of war of China, Yang Junlin, had lost. Bai Zhanyuan had defeated all the powerhouses in China on his own. How powerful exactly was he? Pang Fian and the rest were shocked. A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of Bai Zhanyuan's lips. I won't kill you since you're rather capable and you're closer to the threshold of venerable stage than the rest. Now, scram. I'm only looking for Mad Southern Yi. Brother Bai, there's no enmity between you and Mad Southern Yi. Why are you forcing me? Yang Junlin could not help but ask. Although he had never seen Yi Qin, he had more or less heard of Mad Southern Yi. To him, Mad Southern Yi's ability was on par with his. If he was no match for Bai Zhanyuan, Mad Southern Yi would not be able to either. This is between me and him. If you don't move, don't blame me for killing you. Bai Zhanyuan scoffed as killing intent filled his body. Yang Junlin remained still. He was the god of war of China. He represented the dignity of the martial Dao world in China. He could die in battle, but he could not retreat. Uncle Yang, are you out of your mind? They're looking for Mad Southern Yi, not him. Pang Fian stomped her feet upon seeing that. Also, this Mad Southern Yi is really something. They're already here, but he's still not here. He's the number 1 on the heaven leaderboard. I think he's just bullsh *T. At that moment, the owner of the bar had brought the 2 caddies of wine over. Yi Qin glanced at Pang Fian coldly and turned his head to speak to Pang Hao. Brother Pang, please warm the wine for me. I'll be back after I kill someone. Chapter 233. Brother Pang, please help me warm my wine. I'll be back after I kill someone. Yi Qin got up to leave after saying that. He could no longer conceal the killing intent in his body. Pang Fian was shocked. What are you doing? At the same time, everyone in the house could not help but look over. Even the quiet lady next to Yi Qin and Pang Hao were no exception. Yi Qin lifted his head to look at Bai Zhanyuan in the air as the people were staring at him. He smiled calmly. Of course, I'm going to kill him. As soon as he said that, there was dead silence in the room. Then, everyone burst into laughter, as if they had heard something funny. Did I hear that right? This kid said he wants to kill the person who defeated General Yan Nanfei and Yang Junlin? I think this kid is either crazy or an idiot. Why would an ordinary person like him join in the fun when the big shots are fighting? Pang Fian was slightly startled, and then an unconcealable anger appeared on her face. Are you crazy? He's looking for Mad Southern Yi, not you. Yeah, Brother Yi, let's just sit and watch. Pang Hao was shocked too. He even secretly regretted bringing Yi Qin here on his own. The quiet lady shook her head and wondered where Fian and the others had found such a weirdo. Yi Qin rubbed his nose. I'm Mad Southern Yi. Now everyone was enraged. A bald hunk with bare arms stood up immediately and glared at Yi Qin furiously. Brat, I'm from Tianan. Mad Southern Yi is the undefeated legend of Tianan. I was lucky enough to see his glory. How dare you impersonate him? Are you tired of living?" As his voice fell, nearly half of the people in the tavern stood up at the same time. Yi Chen was stunned. "Have you really seen Mad Southern before?" "Of course." The bald man let out a proud smile and cupped his fists toward the direction of the southern heaven region. His face was flushed. "To be honest, I was there when Mad Southern fought the three masters on the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. After that, I got someone to draw a portrait of Mad Southern and put it at home. I worship it day and night, burning 3 incense sticks every morning, noon, and night. Since you have seen me before, why don't you recognize me now?" Yi Chen's expression was rather strange. "I don't think I'm dead, and you're already starting to mourn for me?" The bald man flew into a rage. Just as he was about to flare up, Pang Fian, who was beside him, was stunned. She was so angry that she laughed. "Are you Mad Southern? Why don't you just say that you're the Buddha of the Western Paradise? I've never seen such a braggart before." Although she did not like Mad Southern, not just anyone could pretend to be Mad Southern. The name Mad Southern Yi could not be sullied. The quiet lady said coldly, "Sir, please don't insult the name Mad Southern. I order you to apologize now. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." If Pang Fian admired people like Yan Nanfei, Pang Yuanqing, and Yang Junlin, then she, Xu Wenqian, admired the number 1 on the heaven leaderboard, Mad Southern. Her current mood was as if Pan Jiang had said on a variety show that he didn't know Kai Kuan, and then Kai Kuan's fans had crazily attacked Pan Jiang. Yi Chen felt rather helpless when he realized that the people did not believe him. Nowadays, nobody believed the truth. Never mind. Shaking his head, he walked out of the tavern. "Brother Yi, don't!" Pang had wanted to tell him not to go by instinct. However, before he could finish speaking, he forcefully swallowed the second half of his sentence, and an extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. Yi Chen leaped and hovered into the air directly after walking out of the tavern. He charged at Bai Zhanyuan and Yang Junlin while stepping in the air. He looked like a real dragon flying in the sky. At that moment, the tavern was dead silent. The tavern was dead silent. Everyone's eyes and mouths were wide open as if they had seen a ghost. Pang Fian and the other 2 were dumbstruck. The bald hunk, who was the first to stand up and scold Yi Chen, stammered, Is he really Mad Southern? Brother, didn't you say that you've seen Mad Southern and his portrait?" A hunk with a beard looked at him with a murderous intent. His green eyes were terrifying, as if he was a wolf that had been starving for a few days. The people snapped back to their senses and glared at him angrily. The bald hunk gulped and said weakly, "I've seen him before, but I only saw half of his face from far away. I thought about it when I got back and put half of my face on his portrait. I just wanted to fantasize about it." The people fell onto the ground at the same time. Is he really Mad Southern? The quiet lady stared blankly at the skinny silhouette that was flying up. She was in slight disbelief. Pang Fian's face turned pale. "I can't believe this guy is Mad Southern. How is that possible?" Then she let out a cold snort. "So what if you're really Mad Southern? Even Uncle Yang is no match for that pretty boy." Pang Hao sighed. "My eyes." As Yi Chen flew up with the wind, countless eyes were trained on him. There was shock, disbelief, and speculation. Meanwhile, Yang Junlin and Bai Zhanyuan, who were in the air, noticed him too. Bai Zhanyuan squinted and took a good look at Yi Chen. He smirked. Another one who's seeking death. Noticing that Yi Chen looked rather unfamiliar, Yang Junlin advised him out of kindness, "Brother, you're no match for Bai Zhanyuan. Get down." He had been in closed-door cultivation all year round and had never seen Yi Chen. Therefore, he thought Yi Chen was a new martial Tao master by instinct. "Get down." However, Yi Chen said coldly, "What did you say?" Yang Junlin was stunned. Yi Chen glanced at him and said impolitely, "I asked you to get down. I'm afraid that I'll hurt you accidentally if we fight." As soon as he said that, apart from the people in the bar, the rest were stunned. They thought they had heard it wrong. He asked the number 2 on the heaven leaderboard to get down and said that he was afraid that he would hurt him accidentally if they fought. Was that not too arrogant? You're mad, Southerny? Yang Zhenlin's expression changed slightly. Bai Zhanyuan squinted again. At that moment, a cold voice came from the side. That's right. He's mad, Southerny. The people looked and saw Yan Nanfei standing on the rooftop of the building across. He was looking at Yi Chen, Yang Junlin, and the other 2 from far away. He said, while smiling, he's mad, Southerny. I've seen the video of him killing the U.S. Navy's Commodore Barton at sea. What Yan Nanfei said proved Yi Chen's identity to Pang Fian and the rest who were in the bar. At that moment, countless people inhaled sharply and blankly looked at the silhouette in the air. He was the Tianen number 1, the number 1 in China, the number 1 on the heaven leaderboard, and the number 1 master, Mad Southerny. Yang Junlin was shocked. Bai Zhanyuan, on the other hand, squinted and took a good look at Yi Chen. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Mad Southerny, I was going to look for you. I can't believe that you're here to seek death. Great. Based on your performance, I'll leave your body in one piece. Yi Chen stood proudly in the air and looked at him extremely coldly. He said calmly, kill you? It's like killing a chicken or a dog to me. Chapter 234. Kill you? It's like killing a chicken or a dog to me. Yi Chen's voice was neither loud nor soft, but everyone heard every single word he said. Everyone was stunned at first. Then excitement flashed through their faces one after another. That was Mad Southerny. Yan Nanfei, who ranked number 8 on the heaven leaderboard, was the first to bow at Yi Chen. He clasped his fists while his cheeks were slightly red. Mad Southerny, please kill Bai Zhanyuan. Please kill Bai Zhanyuan. Han Qinhu, Li Yunxiao, Pang Yuanqing, and the rest of the people on the heaven leaderboard bowed and clasped their fists at Yi Chen too. Yang Junlin retreated aside and clasped his fists too. Please kill Bai Zhanyuan. Mad Southerny, please kill Bai Zhanyuan. Thud, thud, thud. On the ground, the black mass of people all knelt on one knee. Their faces were filled with excitement and anger. They had no idea who Bai Zhanyuan was, but he had flown above Beijing in an overbearing manner without hiding his aura at all. He was arrogant and looked down on everyone. His behavior had angered everyone. Moreover, Bai Zhanyuan had defeated the top 10 on the heaven leaderboard. Even the number 2 on the heaven leaderboard had been defeated. It was equivalent to destroying the martial Tao world's belief that had lasted for a century. Someone should stand up to defend the heaven leaderboard's dignity. Please kill Bai Zhanyuan. Please kill Bai Zhanyuan. Their orderly and forceful voices rumbled like thunder, and they reverberated throughout this expanse of the heavens and the earth like a tsunami. Pang Fian and the rest in the bar were stunned, especially Pang Fian and Xu Wenqian. They bit their lips hard and could not say a word. Bai Zhanyuan had a slight change of expression when he heard the thunderous voice beneath his feet. Never had he thought that he would build Mad Southerny's reputation by doing that. Please kill me. I'd like to see who's going to kill who. Killing intent flashed through his eyes as he thought to this point. He stepped out and landed in the air. The number 1 on the heaven leaderboard must die. Suddenly, a monstrous aura exploded from his body. Yang Junlin, Yan Nanfei, and the rest of the people on the heaven leaderboard retreated at the same time. Their expressions were grim. Meanwhile, the people on the ground felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on them. They could not help but lie on the ground as fear filled their hearts. Yang Junlin roared, "Everyone retreat 1,000 meters away immediately!" This was a battle between 2 great supreme beings, and the momentum it created was definitely not small. Even though the 2 of them were fighting in the sky, the imposing aura that leaked out was enough to possess a terrifying destructive power. Even if they were swept into it, they would be injured, let alone ordinary people. A cold gleam appeared in Yi Chen's eyes after everyone retreated. By Zhan Yuan, Su Tao is lonely down there. He told me in my dream to send you down as soon as possible. As soon as he was done speaking, he stretched his palm out horizontally. A terrifying power gathered in his palm. Subsequently, he stepped out and charged at Bai Zhanyuan. An ear-piercing explosion was heard. Bai Zhanyuan must die today. Bai Zhanyuan smirked and soared into the sky all of a sudden. As he descended from the sky, he threw a punch. Their fists collided. This was a competition of pure physical strength. Boom! With a loud explosion, a powerful force erupted from their fists. Like a heat wave, it swept out in all directions, directly affecting everything within a radius of 1,000 meters. The trees were crushed into countless pieces and scattered with the wind. Meanwhile, the ground cracked like a spider web. The grass that was hundreds of square meters was flattened instantly. Countless people stood far away and watched that with horror written all over their faces. Is that still human strength? Yan Nanfei and the rest were shocked. Clearly, they did not expect the duo's battle to be so terrifying. If any of them were to fight Bai Zhanyuan head-on, they would have to give it their all at the very least. Yang Junlin squinted and felt bitter inside. Judging from the aura alone, he knew that even though he was number 2 on the heaven leaderboard, he was far from being Yi Chen's match. The fists parted. Bai Zhanyuan retreated 5 steps, while Yi Chen retreated 3 steps. After stabilizing himself, Bai Zhanyuan wiped the blood at the corner of his lips. Surprise appeared on his face. Mad Southern Yi, I've underestimated you. Indeed, you deserve to be number 1 on the heaven leaderboard in China. Veins were popping out of his left hand that was behind his back. Before this, he thought that Yi Chen's ability would be slightly more powerful than Yang Junlin's. However, after the first battle, he had to admit that Yi Chen had the ability to fight him. It was no wonder that he could kill Bai Li, Xue Xiao, and destroy the Su family. Yi Chen stood in the wind with a calm expression on his face. Since you know that I'm powerful, you should kneel and kowtow to me to accept your death. Bai Zhanyuan was very powerful. He was the most powerful person Yi Chen had encountered since he returned to Earth. In terms of an ancient martial artist's strength, Bai Zhanyuan's ability had completely surpassed martial Dao masters. He was above them. His attack earlier was purely because he had the advantage of his physical body. Humph, that was just a warm-up. Don't you dare be so arrogant. Bai Zhanyuan smirked and scoffed. He spread his arms out and pointed his fingertips at Yi Chen. Subsequently, he shouted, "Heaven and Earth Cage!" As soon as he was done speaking, the space around Yi Chen began vibrating. It seemed to be squeezing Yi Chen. He really has comprehended space Dao. Yang Junlin, who was far away, could not help but force a smile upon seeing that. People only knew that martial Dao masters were powerful, but they had no idea that there were martial Dao venerables above martial Dao masters. They were also known as the venerable stage or martial venerable. One must comprehend heaven and earth power to get to the venerable stage. As soon as one got to the venerable stage, one would be able to create telekinesis and release a territory. To put it bluntly, technology was useless to venerables because bullets would be controlled as soon as they entered a martial venerable's territory. He had been in closed-door cultivation for 20 years, but it was still not enough. Yan Nanfei, who was standing aside, looked serious. Can Mad Southern Yi break it? Clearly, even he knew how powerful Space Dao was. It's hard to say. Yang Junlin shook his head lightly. The compression of space could even crush steel into dust unless Mad Southern Yi's power was powerful enough to break the space around him. However, was that possible? Yi Chen was surprised when he sensed the movement in the space around him. Space Dao. In reality, it was not completely Space Dao. The real Space Dao was the kind that could create cracks in space and move freely. Clearly, Bai Zhanyuan did not do that. He could only master some space at most. That's right. Bai Zhanyuan said while laughing out loud, that's Space Tao. It's a level that countless masters look up to. Even Yang Junlin hasn't figured it out yet. You'll have no regrets dying to my Space Tao. That's just a child's play. Yi Qin chuckled softly and threw a punch out. He held the air softly as his aura changed. Divine Punch created in 33 days. The sixth form, Quake Hammer. As everyone watched in shock, a golden gleam shone on Yi Chen's fist. It was like a hammer that was going to shake heaven and earth. Facing the space that was squeezing him, Yi Chen threw a punch. The space that was approaching him shattered as if he had punched a smooth mirror. How is that possible? The smile on Bai Zhenyuan's face froze instantly. He broke his Space Tao with a punch. P.S. There are 4 more chapters to the first chapter. I'll post them when I'm done. I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 235. Disbelief filled Bai Zhenyuan's eyes. He had stepped into the half-step martial Venerable Tao since the beginning, so he could perform some Space Force. Such a technique could kill almost all martial Tao masters. Even Yang Junlin, who ranked number 2 on the Heaven leaderboard in China, who was closest to a half-step martial venerable, was no exception. However, Yi Qin broke it with a single punch. Yang Junlin and the rest who were far away had a change of expression when they saw Yi Chen break Bai Zhenyuan's Space Tao with a single punch. No matter what techniques you have, I'll break them with a single punch. Yi Chen stood with his arms behind his back as he faced Bai Zhenyuan's shock. He shook his head lightly as if what he did earlier was just a casual attack. I don't believe it. Die. A ferocious gleam flashed through Bai Zhenyuan's face as he took a step toward Yi Chen. At that moment, the space within 500 meters around him began shaking. A suffocating pressure swept out of his body like a storm. Prison of Earth. A loud shout came from his mouth, and the space around Yi Chen condensed again. It was even more intense than before. It was as if countless materialized doors were squeezing at Yi Chen. Sonic booms were heard as the air was squeezed. In the face of such an attack, Yi Chen moved. He suddenly became extremely light and ran toward the space that was squeezing him like a falling star. Perhaps it was because he was too fast, but with every step he took, an afterimage would condense behind him. Quake Hammer. When 10 afterimages appeared behind Yi Chen, a dazzling golden hammer took shape on his fist. He threw a punch, and under the shocked gazes of countless people, it landed solidly on the space that was charging at him. An extremely terrifying storm erupted from his body and swept out in all directions at a terrifying speed. Cracks spread out of the space that Bai Zhenyuan consolidated in the storm. Eventually, it shattered completely as countless people watched in shock. Tui. In the sky, Bai Zhenyuan's face turned pale as he spat a mouthful of blood out. He shot out like a cannonball. A long silence ensued as everyone watched the clumsy silhouette. He had been defeated. Bai Zhenyuan, who had crushed all the powerhouses on the Heaven leaderboard, had been defeated just like that. At this moment, Yan Nanfei, Han Qinhu, Li Yunxiao, Pang Yuanqing, and the rest turned pale. Yang Junlin's mind was stirred. He exhaled heavily. Mad Southern Yi is indeed mad Southern Yi. His power can't be described with words. So strong. Pang Fian looked at the thin figure in the sky and murmured softly. He was simply too strong. The commotion caused by the battle between Yi Chen and Bai Zhenyuan gave everyone a feeling that the duo above were not humans, but gods. Bai Zhenyuan could control space, but Yi Chen broke it with an overbearing punch that could make heaven and earth lose their color. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. A laughter that was mixed with rage and delight came from far away. It pulled everyone back from their daze, completely. When they lifted their eyes to look, they saw Bai Zhenyuan standing in the air with his clothes messed up. Arrogance and madness filled his face. Mad Southern Yi. I admit that you're indeed powerful. You're so powerful that you can break my space Tao with your physical strength alone. Nobody in the entire China can compare to you. Congratulations. You've successfully enraged me. You're worthy of me using my real ability to kill you. That's your luck, but it's also your misfortune. Bai Zhanyuan took a step out while laughing hysterically. Killing intent surged in his eyes. His body shook as a red spear consolidated in his hand. As soon as the red spear appeared, the air between heaven and earth stirred. An extremely powerful aura swept out of the red spear like a storm. Is that a half-spiritual weapon? Pang Yuanqing exclaimed in shock. That's right. It's a half-spiritual weapon. Yang Junlin closed his eyes and said in his deep voice, "The venerable stage is above martial Tao master. As soon as you reach venerable stage, you can refine your own spiritual weapon. With the help of this half-spiritual weapon, Bai Zhenyuan's combat strength will skyrocket. Mad Southern Yi is in danger." A bone-chilling killing intent came out of Bai Zhenyuan's mouth as if to verify what he said. It shook heaven and earth. I forgot to tell you that I'm a half-step martial venerable now. With a half-step martial venerable and a half-spiritual weapon. You must die today, Mad Southern Yi. Yang Junlin revealed an expression as if he had expected that to happen. Where exactly did this person come from? He's too powerful. Han Qinhu's face twitched slightly, and his heart was heavy. Yi Qin looked at the red spear in Bai Zhenyuan's hand. It looked like a magic tool, but it was not. Surprise flashed through his face. Subsequently, he shook his head and said calmly, "Coincidentally, I have a magic tool too." As soon as he was done speaking, a gleam flashed through his hand. A long sword appeared in his hand. It was 3 feet and 6 inches long, and the blade was shaking lightly. It was the almighty killer sword. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. He has a half-spiritual weapon too? Pang Yuanqing exclaimed, disbelief filling his face. Yang Junlin's pupils shrunk. That's impossible. How can you have a half-spiritual weapon? The proud smile on Bai Zhenyuan's face froze. Subsequently, he seemed to have noticed something. Are you a half-step martial venerable too? Yi Qin shook his head lightly and grabbed the almighty killer sword. He took a step forward. As the sword flew across the sky, sword gleams appeared like a peacock spreading its tail. To the people, it seemed like Yi Qin had taken out countless flying swords at that moment. Bai Zhenyuan, please die! A sword that can illuminate mountains and rivers. Yi Qin spat out a few words softly and swung his sword. Countless sword gleams gathered on the sword at that moment. It was like 10,000 swords returning to their roots. Eventually, they consolidated into a sword gleam that was over 30 meters long. The sword gleam shone on the ground, and the light was so dazzling that it made the night look like it was day. Bai Zhenyuan looked unprecedentedly serious as he faced the sword qi that was coming at him. The energy in his body exploded while he held the red spear in his hand. He performed a red spear shadow with all his might. The red spear shadow charged at the sword qi with a whistling sound. It was like a giant red dragon bearing its fangs and claws. Bang! The sword qi and the spear shadow collided. At that moment, the people who were watching the battle on the ground saw a glaring gleam before their eyes. They could not help but close their eyes by instinct. Subsequently, they felt the ground beneath their feet shake intensely. Is that an earthquake? Many people fell onto the ground with shock on their faces. Some of them were so scared that they were standing on their legs. Their faces were pale. If there was really an earthquake, they would all die. However, a voice that was filled with disbelief snapped them back to their senses at that moment. Impossible, that's impossible. When they looked again, they saw that the spear shadow that Bai Zhenyuan had unleashed earlier had turned into countless gleams that scattered everywhere. Meanwhile, Yi Qin's sword qi was still going strong as it swept across Bai Zhenyuan. Bai Zhanyuan was hit by the sword. His arm that was holding the red spear was severed directly. His arm fell onto the ground along with the red spear. He shrieked and retreated hundreds of meters away without picking up the red spear. Shock filled his face as he was in disbelief. His half-spiritual weapon was no match for Yi Chen's flying sword. A bone-piercing chill rushed out of his heart. Run, I must run. This man is just too powerful. I'll come back after I open the Ghost Rider Sect Mountain Gate and break through to Marshal Venerable with the inheritance. A thought flashed through his head while he was shocked. A pair of red wings that were approximately 3 meters long appeared on Bai Zhanyuan's back. He turned around and stepped into the air, running far away at the speed of a rocket. The people gasped upon witnessing that. Bai Zhanyuan, I've told you that killing you is like killing a chicken or a dog to me. Yi Chen pointed his finger at his back. The almighty killer's sword turned into a sword gleam and shot out. Its speed was more than twice as fast as Bai Zhanyuan's. Break it. Sensing the chill coming from his back, Bai Zhanyuan threw a punch out in an attempt to knock the almighty killer's sword away. However, Yi Chen's sword was just too fast. The sword landed on his head directly. No, you can't kill me. I'm from Shang Santian. Bai Zhanyuan shrieked, unwilling to admit defeat. However, his head was severed by the sword before he was done speaking. His lower body fell hard onto the ground. At that moment, the entire place was dead silent. The entire place was dead silent. Not a single person spoke. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them with their eyes wide open. P.S. Chapter 2. Chapter 236. A moment later, Yan Nanfei's lips quivered. He said while shaking, Bai Zhanyuan died just like that. The 4 of them together with Yang Junlin, who ranked number 2 on the heaven leaderboard, were no match for Bai Zhanyuan. However, Yi Chen had killed him. Dead. Yang Junlin looked horrified. He lifted his head slowly and glared at Yi Chen. At this moment, everyone looked at the skinny figure who stood in the air like a god. Their eyes were filled with respect. The number 2 on the heaven leaderboard, Yang Junlin, took a deep breath in and clasped his fists at Yi Chen. He enunciated word for word. From now on, Mad Southern Yi will be number 1 on the heaven leaderboard and number 1 in China. Greetings, Venerable. Yi Chen had killed Bai Zhanyuan, who was a half-step Martial Venerable. His ability was on par with a Martial Venerable, so it was not an exaggeration to call him a Venerable. Greetings, Supreme Master. Yan Nanfei, Han Qinhu, Li Yunxiao, and Peng Yuanqing clasped their fists together with solemn expressions. At this point, apart from those who were dead, everyone on the heaven leaderboard acknowledged Yi Chen's number 1 position from the bottom of their hearts. As their voices fell, an orderly and powerful thunderous roar immediately erupted from the ground. Greetings, Supreme Master! Inside the pub, the thunderous cheers of the crowd shook Pang Fian's mind, and she could only stare blankly at the figure in the sky. Sovereign! Pang Hao was extremely excited. No one understood the meaning of the word supreme. It meant that from now on, Mad Southern Yi would represent the Chinese martial Tao world, the heaven leaderboard's legend, and entire China. Of course, it was just a title. It did not mean that everyone was Yi Chen's subordinate, but it was enough. In the sky, Yi Chen's expression remained the same. He did not care about the people's cries. After all, the word paragon was never as meaningful as natural enemy. After putting the almighty killer's sword away, he stepped on the air and landed on the ground with his hands behind his back. He looked at Bai Zhanyuan's left arm that he had severed with his sword. It was still holding the red spear at the moment. Yi Chen extended his hand and waved. He picked it up and looked at it carefully. He could not help but reveal a thoughtful expression on his face. Subsequently, he relaxed his brows. He realized that the so-called half-spiritual weapon was actually a demonic snake that Bai Zhanyuan had killed somewhere. He then refined the snake's body and other metals into a weapon. Moreover, he nourished it with his true qi day and night. It was considered a top-notch weapon. However, it was different from a cultivator's artifact. The so-called artifact could only be activated with magic power. Moreover, when the artifact was being refined, it had to be inscribed with talismans. After putting the red spear into his storage ring, Yi Chan ignored the people's surprised stares and walked into the tavern directly. As soon as he entered, the people in the tavern could not help but stand up subconsciously with nervous expressions, especially the bald, burly man who said he had seen him before. He knelt on the ground with a thud. "Greetings! Greetings, Supreme Master!" Yi Chin smiled and lifted his eyes to look at Pang Fian and the rest. Pang Fian moved her lips and was about to say something. However, Yi Chin sat down and smiled calmly at Pang Hao. "Brother Pang, is the wine warm? And no, it's not hot yet. Please wait." Pang Hao was stunned. He picked up the pot of ergotu that he had never touched before and began heating it while blushing. His movements were clumsy. He had been watching the duo's battle earlier, so he did not think about heating the wine at all. Pang Fian's beautiful eyes dimmed. She, who was originally cunning and shrewish, did not have the courage to say anything when she faced Yi Chin again. The quiet lady, Shu Wenqian, felt the same. "Let me do it." Yi Chin took the pot of ergotu over while smiling. A ball of flame appeared in his palm, and the aroma of wine filled the pot directly. Everyone almost screamed in shock upon seeing that. Yi Chin lifted his head and took a sip. He said, while laughing out loud, "I have a pot of wine that's enough to comfort the traveler. The four of you, come down and have a drink with us." His voice fell, for silhouettes flashed in the hotel. They were Li Yunxiao, Han Qinhu, Pang Yuanqing, Yang Junlin, and the rest. The four of them had complicated expressions on their faces. They seemed to have yet to snap back to their senses from the shocking battle earlier. Yi Chin poured 4 bowls of wine and waved his arm. The 4 bowls of wine hovered before the 4 of them out of thin air. "Speaking of which, I'm the reason why all of this happened today. I, Yi Chin, shall apologize to all of you today." Bai Zhanyuan's target was him. In the end, Bai Zhanyuan released his aura in a domineering manner above Beijing and angered the few masters. If Bai Zhanyuan had kept a low profile and gone to look for Yi Chin, none of that would have happened. The 4 of them took the wine before them and took a sip. They then sat down with a smile on their faces. There are indeed talented people in every generation. Each of them is outstanding for hundreds of years. Han Qinhu, who was the oldest, sighed. He was an extremely conceited person, especially when he was young. He had fought 3 people on his own and created countless legends. However, it was nothing before him now. Li Yunxiao laughed out loud and said, "Old Han, we're all old." Yan Nanfei poured a bowl of wine and toasted Yi Chin. "Venerable Yi, this is a toast to you. Thank you for killing Barton in our country's sea area back then. You've brought glory to our country." One could say that Yan Nanfei liked Yi Chin the most among the few masters present. The reason was that Yi Chin had killed Barton when he was chasing after Western Overlord Lu. Yan Nanfei was a soldier. A soldier's responsibility was to protect the country and the land. Yi Chin had done what he should do for him, so how could he not be grateful? "You're welcome." Yi Chin clinked his bowl with him and smiled calmly. "Although I, Yi Chin, am arrogant, it doesn't mean that I'll look down on the country's dignity." "That's right." Han Qinhu nodded. "Venerable Yi, you've brought glory to our country by saying, 'Those who offend our country will be killed, no matter how far away you are.' You've brought glory to our country, so I'll toast to you too." Soon, the few of them got to know each other. The rest could only watch the bosses drinking in fear, not daring to make any noise. Yang Junlin glanced at Yi Chin and said hesitantly, "May I ask if you're a martial Dao Venerable now, Venerable Yi?" The rest could not help but look at Yi Chin after hearing that. "What's a martial Dao Venerable?" Yi Chin asked. Yang Junlin could not help but look at him in extreme shock. He said, "The ancient martial path is divided into acquired stage and innate stage. The innate stage is what people call a martial Tao master. Legend has it that there's another stage above the innate stage, which is martial Tao venerable." He paused as he spoke to this point and proceeded to say, "It's said that one can control heaven and earth power after reaching the martial Tao venerable stage. Bai Zhanyuan was a half-step venerable earlier, so he could control some dimensional force." Yi Chen understood what he meant after hearing that. He shook his head lightly and said, "I'm not a martial Tao venerable." Yang Junlin could not help but look disappointed as soon as he said that. If Yi Chen was a martial Tao venerable, he might be able to give him some pointers. Unfortunately, he was not. "Then, how did you defeat Bai Zhanyuan and possess a half-spiritual weapon?" He did not want to give up. Yi Chen smiled calmly. "To be exact, I'm not an ancient martial artist. I'm an energy refinement cultivator." Energy refinement cultivator? Yang Junlin was stunned at first. Then he turned his head to look at Yan Nanfei and the rest. The few of them thought about it and shook their heads in a blur one after another, indicating that they had never heard of that before. "Forget it. We're overthinking," Han Qinhu said while shaking his head. "If a martial Tao venerable appeared in China, it would definitely lead the martial Tao world in China to prosper." Seeing that the few of them stopped asking, Yi Chen asked, "What did Bai Zhanyuan mean by Shang Santian before he died?" Chapter 237. Evil Stay-at-Home Dad in the City. Chapter 237. I will head to Beijing in 3 days. Urban Romance. Jikikums. Add a bookmark. Recommend this book. Chapter 237. I will head to Beijing in 3 days. Han Qinhu and the others shook their heads. On the other hand, Yang Junlin's expression was a little unnatural. "Supreme, you can understand it as a hidden sect. Ancient martial arts naturally refers to ancient martial arts. It is the wisdom and crystallization of the ancestors. However, with the development of the times, many inheritances have been broken. Today, ancient martial arts are almost extinct. And there are some forces or sects that have been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years. They possess many martial arts that have been lost. But these people cherish their own treasures and are unwilling to take them out. Some even isolate themselves from the world and do not eat the food of the world." There was a hint of anger in Yang Junlin's expression as he spoke to this point. These people think that they control extraordinary power and look down on us mortals. They think that we're ants, so they won't come into contact with us. They even call their place Shang Santian. Yi Chen came to a realization, but he did not really care. No matter how powerful martial Tao was, it could not compare to cultivation. Bai Zhanyuan was an example. Seeing that Yi Futian was not bothered, Yang Junlin said seriously, "The people of Shang Santian have been practicing martial arts since they were young, and they have been nurtured with resources. Coupled with a high level of martial arts cultivation, you must not underestimate Supreme Yi." Yi Chen nodded. Yan Nanfei, on the other hand, asked in confusion, "Junlin, we don't even know about this." "How do you know?" "Drink your wine." Yang Junlin shook his head slightly, unwilling to reveal anything. Upon seeing that, the rest did not ask further. Yi Chen, on the other hand, took a good look at Yang Junlin. He secretly guessed that Yang Junlin was most likely from Shang Santian. All the top 10 powerhouses on the Heaven leaderboard in China were defeated by a young man. Even Yang Junlin, who was ranked second on the Heaven leaderboard, was defeated. The news swept across the entire Chinese martial arts community like a tsunami. It spread to the Chinese community overseas and even the entire Southeast Asia at a terrifying speed. Everyone was shocked by this news. They knew how powerful Yan Nanfei and the rest were. It was fine that the 4 powerhouses were defeated, but they did not expect the number 2 on the Heaven leaderboard, Yang Junlin, the former number 1 on the Heaven leaderboard, the god of war of China, to be defeated as well. Before they could react, an even more explosive piece of news came. It turned out that the young man who had defeated all the powerhouses on the Heaven leaderboard was looking for the number one on the Heaven leaderboard, Mad Southerny. After Mad Southerny appeared, he killed him. It was said that the battle was earth-shattering. That night, countless people were shocked, and they once again deeply remembered a name. Mad Southerny, number one on the Heaven leaderboard, number one in China. Some Chinese martial artists even excitedly shouted, "The Mad Southern is not old. The 6 nations must kneel." Even the people of South Korea and North Korea, who were allies of Hua Nation, were shocked. A North Korean martial artist even entered the Hua Nation Martial Arts World Forum and made a post. Shocking! The number one on the Heaven leaderboard, Mad Southerny, is suspected to be a descendant of North Korea's royal family. So Mad Southern, ye should be a North Korean. As soon as this post was posted, the Chinese Martial Arts World Forum immediately exploded. It was instantly flooded by countless Chinese ancient martial artists and all kinds of crazy comments. Mad Southerny is a North Korean? Tip: please rest your eyes after reading for a long time. Recommended reading. Can't you be more shameless? Get lost now. When Mad Southerny comes to North Korea with his sword and kills everyone, you'll know which country your Mad Southerny is from. These Koreans are just a bunch of flies. They fly to wherever it smells good. Dupu Cottage belongs to North Korea, and the river snail rice belongs to North Korea. Everything belongs to North Korea. How shameless. Appa, I have a green hat here. It should be North Korea's. Countless organizations held an emergency meeting at the highest level overnight. There was only one topic, which was to never go against Mad Southern, no matter what, regardless of whether they had grudges against each other before this. At the Martial Alliance headquarters, the Martial Alliance elder, Feng Kuai, stood outside the stone door with his body bowed. He dared not breathe loudly, but he was secretly horrified. Bai Zhan Yuan had been killed. That was a half-step martial venerable. He shuddered as he thought to this point. He was afraid that Yi Chen would come at any time. How were they going to stop him by then? A sigh came from behind the stone door. Where's the unparalleled sword now? He's in Luoyang now. Feng Kuai paused and stammered. There's a family in Luoyang that specializes in forging swords for the army in ancient times. Their ancestor is known as the Heavenly Craftsman. When the unparalleled sword found out about it, he snatched the family treasure by force. There was a few seconds of silence behind the stone door. What happened then? He had heard about that weapon refinement family before. Their surname was Ning, and their ancestors had been forging swords for generations. Rumor had it that they had gathered meteorites and 1,000-year-old thunder peach would to forge a great thunder sword. On the day the sword was forged, the person who forged the sword threw himself into the furnace and sacrificed his flesh to the sword. Naturally, that was just a rumor. He was more concerned about whether the Ning family would fight back when the unparalleled sword snatched the sword. Feng Kuai said with an unnatural expression. He snatched the sword, but the Ning family didn't do anything. Instead, they wanted to make him their son-in-law. They even said that the sword was their dowry. There was silence behind the stone door at that moment. A weak voice came a while later. There's only a few days left until the 3-month promise between the unparalleled sword and unquestionable sword. Spread the news that unquestionable sword was killed by Mad Southerny. Yes. Feng Kuai clasped his fists in all seriousness and turned around to walk out. Coldness filled his eyes. Mad Southerny, I'll let you enjoy the limelight for a little longer. I've found you a great opponent. The unparalleled sword had defeated 4 masters consecutively before he snatched the sword. Now that he had obtained the Ning family's family treasure, he would definitely be like a tiger that had grown wings. On the rooftop of a vintage mansion in Luoyang late at night, a young man in white sat with his legs crossed. He was only 17 or 18 years old. He had sharp brows, bright eyes, red lips, and white teeth. However, there was a cold expression on his face. He gave off an unapproachable vibe. There was a sword wrapped in a black cloth on his back. Only the handle of the sword was exposed. There was lightning surging faintly on the sword, and there would be the sound of electricity exploding from time to time. The young man lifted his head to look at the moon. His deep eyes were like stars. "Master, where exactly are you?" "Brother Wushuang, Brother Wushuang." At this time, a lark-like voice came from the other side of the roof. Following that, a girl dressed in black walked over from the other side of the roof. The woman was about 18 years old. Her facial features were exquisite, and her figure was curvaceous. She was a living beauty. Her big eyes were constantly blinking, full of intelligence. Hearing this, the white-robed youth's expression froze, and a trace of helplessness flashed through his wooden eyes. He simply closed his eyes and pretended not to see anything. The young lady walked over while panting. She pouted and said in dissatisfaction, "Brother Wushuang, I've been calling you for a long time. Why are you ignoring me?" The white-robed youth turned a deaf ear. The girl stomped her feet and said in a bad mood, "My dad wants you to go down. He said he has something important to tell you." The white-clothed youth suddenly opened his eyes. "Please note, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading." With a flash, he stepped on the void and landed on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the young girl's sight. "Sai, wait for me." The young girl was so mad that she stomped her feet. "What a blockhead. I'm already pursuing him, but he's ignoring me. I, Ning Ruolin, have good looks and a good figure. How am I lacking?" At this point, she subconsciously paused on her towering breasts. Inside the Ning family's villa, the white-clothed youth looked at Ning Zuan, the current master of the Ning family, and said expressionlessly, "What's the matter?" Ning Zuan, who was in his 40s, looked at the young man before him with a complicated expression on his face. He said, "You don't have to go to Beijing." He would never forget that the young man before him came to ask for a sword yesterday. It was the Great Thunder Sword that had been passed down in the Ning family for generations. The Ning family was considered a wealthy family in Luoyang. They had never been humiliated like this. Therefore, Ning Zuan attacked first, but he was defeated by the young man before him in one move. Left with no choice, he could only bring the young man before him to the Ning family's old residence, where the Great Thunder Sword was kept. The old residence was similar to the hidden sword pavilion. For hundreds of years, to prevent outsiders from trespassing, there were many traps and formations that the Ning family created. To prevent outsiders from entering, there were many traps and formations that the Ning family created. When the formation was fully activated, it was enough to kill a martial Tao master. However, the young man standing before him at that moment had broken through the Ning family's battle formation, the 24 earthly punishments, apart from obtaining the Great Thunder Sword. He even triggered a phenomenon that caused the thousands of ancient swords that had been stored in the hidden sword pavilion for hundreds of years to shake at the same time. It was the 10,000 swords greeting. "Why?" the young man in white asked. Ning Zuan shook his head lightly. "I've just received news that the sword god, Unquestionable Jian, is dead. Naturally, the 3-month agreement between you and him is off. Who killed him?" The young man remained calm. Ning Zuan wanted to shake his head by instinct. However, he eventually shook his head after seeing the young man's determined gaze. Unquestionable Jian was killed by the number 1 on the heaven leaderboard, Mad Southern Yi. I heard he was killed by Mad Southern Yi with his sword. Before he was done speaking, he sensed a soaring sword intent exploding from the young man before him. "Then I'll challenge Mad Southern Yi." "I knew it." Ning Zuan sighed and said, "Mad Southern Yi is number 1 on the heaven leaderboard, number 1 in China. He just killed a half-step Marshal Venerable. You're not his match. Don't go." Although they had only spent less than a day together, He admired the young man before him. He even wanted to marry his only daughter, Ning Ruolin, to him. However, I'll head to Beijing in 3 days. The young man had already left after saying that. Chapter 238. The Genius Nanny in the City. Chapter 238. Foot D. Do you think I can get pregnant? Urban Romance. Jikikums. Add a bookmark. Chapter 238. D. Do you think I can get pregnant? On Saturday morning, Su Yuhan woke up early as usual. She got Yi Chen to accompany her to the market to buy groceries. She had been addicted to cooking lately. She said that she wanted to make dumplings for Yi Chen and his daughter at noon. It was probably the result of being triggered by her daughter after she made the egg noodles earlier. Even Yi Chen's suggestion to eat out did not work. On the way back after buying groceries, the duo walked to the Imperial Wind Pavilion side by side. There were rows of old trees by the road. Under the shade of the trees, there were all sorts of fruits, vigor pills, Indian divine oil, recruitment, and a few old men playing chess. The loudspeaker could not stop repeating. Oranges cost 2 yuan per caddy, 5 yuan per caddy. Try it before you buy. It's free if it's not sweet. Yi Chen took a deep breath in and extended his arm to hold Su Yuhan's hand by instinct. He enjoyed this ordinary, yet fulfilling life. He really hoped that they could continue living like this. However, he knew that it was impossible. After stepping onto the path of cultivation, he understood that no matter how fulfilling a mortal's life was, it would only be a few decades. One could not escape the fate of aging, illness, and death in the blink of an eye. However, to a cultivator, a few decades might be the time of a closed-door cultivation or a time of enlightenment in their dreams. He did not want to see his wife and daughter grow old decades later while he looked the same. He did not want to see his parents enter the cycle of life and death. People said that the great Tao was merciless, but he did not believe that. Please rest your eyes when you read for a long time. Recommended reading. He only believed that when a man achieves the great Tao, even his chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. Yi Chen held Su Yuhan's hand tightly as he thought to this point. A ripple flashed through his eyes that were as calm as water. Yuhan, you've waited for me for 5 years. From now on, I'll give you the most beautiful woman in the world. Our family must live well. Su Yuhan could not help but stop walking, seeming to sense the change in his emotions. She stretched her arm to stroke the hair on her forehead and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Yi Chen shook his head lightly. Since Bai Zhanyuan was dead, it seemed like he had to bring Yuhan to the west to see the so-called Ghost Rider sect Mountain Gate. Perhaps he could activate Yuhan's pure Yin body completely. Seeing that he was not going to tell her, she did not ask further. She suddenly held her head down and stammered while blushing. "Yi Chen, do you think I can get pregnant?" It could be said that the two of them had been crazy for the past 2 days. Su Yuhan still wanted to give Meng Meng a younger brother, so she did not take any safety precautions. That was why she was so worried about gains and losses. "I guess so." Yi Chen could not help but laugh when he heard that. In fact, he didn't have much confidence. After all, it was very difficult for a cultivator to give birth to a child if the purity of their bloodline was too high. Su Yuhan responded and nodded lightly. She secretly decided to buy a few pregnancy tests secretly a few days later. Just when the duo arrived at the small bridge, a lady in sunglasses walked toward them under the protection of a few bodyguards. Seeing Yi Chen and Su Yuhan standing in the middle of the road, the leading bodyguard stretched his arm over immediately. He seemed to be trying to push them away. Yi Chen frowned and pulled Su Yuhan behind him. He stretched his arm out and grabbed the man's hand directly. The man's bones were cracking from his grip. Subsequently, he kicked the man over 10 meters away. This sudden scene caused everyone to be shocked. The lady in sunglasses could not help but look at Yi Chen when she snapped back to her senses. "Why did you hit him? Does your man have a mouth?" Yi Chen's expression turned slightly grim. How arrogant of her to ask the bodyguard to open the way. She was pushing him away just because of a disagreement. Didn't she know how to ask him to make way for her? At the same time, the bodyguard who Yi Chen had kicked earlier got up from the ground. He said to Yi Chen in rage, "Go! Kill him!" The few bodyguards before the lady surrounded Yi Chen at the same time. Yi Chen's expression turned cold and he was going to attack. At that moment, Su Yuhan, who was behind him, grabbed him immediately. "Forget it, Yi Chen." She could not help but look at the lady in sunglasses before her. "Lady, it was your man who wanted to push us away. That's why we fought back. Both of us are in the wrong. Let's just forget it." Although she knew that Yi Chen was more powerful, she did not want to blow things up. Otherwise, the people before her would all die. "Forget it? In your dreams." The bodyguard far away scoffed. Just when he was going to say something, he heard the lady in sunglasses look at Su Yuhan and say in shock, "Why, you're Yuhan!" Su Yuhan was slightly stunned. The lady in sunglasses removed her sunglasses immediately, revealing an extremely charming face. She said while smiling, "Yuhan, it's me, Tong Lei." "You're Tong Lei?" Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes were wide open as disbelief filled her face. Subsequently, she covered her mouth and said in joy, "You're Tong Lei? Please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. It's really you. You've changed a lot. It's really you. You've changed a lot." Seeing that the duo knew each other, Yi Chen's expression was much more relaxed. Tong Lei was Su Yuhan's college roommate. She was one of the 4 beauties of the International Business College along with Su Yuhan, Lin Jiao, and Pan Menjing. However, this lady had only studied for a year and dropped out. Yi Chen had yet to pursue Su Yuhan back then, so they did not know each other. "She's my friend. You guys can leave now." Tong Lei waved, seeing that it was someone she knew. The few bodyguards retreated aside. Tong Lei then said while smiling, "It's been years since we last met. Of course, you've changed a lot." She could not help but glance at Yi Chen as she spoke to this point. There was doubt in her eyes. "Is this your bodyguard? Where did you get him from? He's pretty strong." "He's my husband," Su Yuhan said while blushing. Tong Lei was stunned at first. Subsequently, she was shocked. She took a good look at Yi Chen and said in slight disbelief, "He's your husband? Oh my God, Yuhan, why you?" She wanted to say that Yi Chen had such bad taste. She could have found someone better than Yi Chen even if she closed her eyes. However, she swallowed the words when they reached her mouth. "My husband's pretty good." Su Yuhan smiled sweetly and changed the topic. "Oh yeah, why are you here? You seem to be in a hurry." "Our crew is filming nearby. I was delayed by something, so I'm in a hurry," Tong Lei said. She then realized that it was too late, so she said immediately, "I'm sorry. I'm really in a hurry, so I can't talk too much. It's my birthday in 3 days. Why don't you give me your contact number? I'll invite you to my birthday party. We'll catch up by then." Su Yuhan hesitated and added her on WeChat anyway. Looking at the group of people leaving, Su Yuhan said emotionally, "It seems like Tong Lei is a celebrity. Why didn't I recognize her on TV? Weren't you locked in the Dharma Zen temple? Where did you get the TV?" Yi Chen said in between tears and laughter. P.S. Chapter 1. Chapter 239. Evil Stay-at-Home Dad in the City. Chapter 239. The Unparalleled Swords Challenge shocked the world. CMS. Add a bookmark. Recommend this book. Chapter 239. Jian Wushuang's Challenge shocked the world. After returning home, Yi Chen saw Su Yuwei combing Mingming's hair. The little guy was wearing a blue and white floral skirt with a flower bud on her head and a bunch of flowers wrapped around her hair in a bun, coupled with her floral skirt. She looked like a fresh and cute little Lolita. The little girl ran over as soon as she saw Yi Chen and Su Yuhan. She lifted the hem of her dress and looked at them in anticipation. "Daddy, Mommy, does this dress look good on me?" "Beautiful. My Meng Meng looks good in anything." Yi Chen nodded as love filled his eyes. He then placed the groceries in the kitchen. Meng Meng, did you brush your teeth and wash your face? Su Yuhan walked over, picked her up, and kissed her on the cheek. After the little fellow was praised, she smiled sweetly and seemed to be very happy. I've washed it. I'm very hygienic. Mom, if you don't believe me, you can see that my teeth are very white. As she spoke, she opened her mouth to reveal rows of neat and white teeth. Aren't you going to kiss Mommy? Su Yuhan moved her face closer. Yes, press. The little fellow kissed her like a chick pecking at rice. Su Yue watched from the side with a complicated expression. Sister, I really envy you, she said faintly. In these 2 days, she had slowly accepted the fact that the Su family had been destroyed. Even so, she had lost a lot of weight. In these 2 days, her mentality had gradually changed. She used to think that it was a mistake for Su Yuhan to fall in love with Yi Qin. However, she liked Su Yuhan again after seeing the cute Meng Meng. Please note, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. How could Big Sister have such a cute daughter? She used to think that Yi Chun was just a piece of trash who did not deserve her sister. However, Yi Chen's series of impressive feats crushed the pride in her completely. He even destroyed the Su family that supported her. Envious of me for what? Su Yuhan said while smiling, Are you envious that I have a daughter? If you're really envious, I'll ask your brother-in-law to introduce someone to you. Moreover, you're going to be 25 soon. It's time to consider your marriage. No need. Su Yue hurriedly shook her head, blushing. The 2 sisters went into the kitchen and began wrapping dumplings. Yi Qin wanted to help, but he was chased out by a certain lady who looked disgusted. It was as if he had wrapped a dumpling into a flour roll. The little girl ran into Yi Chen's embrace and said while hugging his neck, Daddy, when are we going to see Grandpa and Grandma? I miss Grandpa and Grandma very much. Soon, Yi Chen comforted with a smile. It was time to go back, but before that he had to go to the mountain gate of the Ghost Rider sect. He also wanted to verify some of the guesses in his heart. At that moment, Lin Tai walked in quickly and placed a letter on the ground respectfully. He said, My lord, the unparalleled sword, who's ranked number 12 on the heaven leaderboard, has issued a challenge to you. The duel will take place 3 days later at night at Mirror Lake. The unparalleled sword? Yi Qin frowned. It was not his first time hearing that name. Before this, the word unparalleled made him sad. That's right, the unparalleled sword. Lin Tai nodded and explained. It said that this man is good with swords. He's young and was ranked number 11 on the heaven leaderboard before this. After you killed Yuan Bupo, you pushed him to number 12 on the heaven leaderboard. Then, this man issued a 3-month challenge to the unquestionable sword. In a few days, the 3-month deadline will be. He stopped speaking as he spoke to this point. Yi Qin came to a realization and said in his deep voice, Just because I killed his opponent, he thinks that I'm more powerful, so he's challenging me. That's right. Lin Tai was in between tears and laughter. I heard that this man loves to fight and challenges Sword Dao experts. However, I've no idea where he got the courage to challenge you. What was he thinking when he challenged the number 1 on the heaven leaderboard? Didn't he see that the number 2 on the heaven leaderboard, Yang Junlin, was no match for his lord? With a sword? Unparalleled? Yi Qin fell into silence and squinted slightly. Is it a coincidence? Lin Tai, who was standing aside, could not figure out what he meant. He asked by instinct, My lord, should I reject this challenge? No. Yi Qin shook his head lightly. There was faint excitement and anticipation in his eyes. I'll accept this challenge. I'd like to see who exactly this unparalleled sword is. Unparalleled, is that you? Lin Tai responded and left immediately. He then spread the news that Yi Qin had accepted the unparalleled swords challenge. As soon as the news spread, the entire ancient martial arts world in China fell into dead silence. Subsequently, it was stirred. Have you guys heard? Someone is challenging the number one on the heaven leaderboard, Mad Southern Yi. Could it be Yang Junlin, who's ranked number 2 on the heaven leaderboard? That's impossible. Mad Southern Yi has just killed by Zhang Yuan. Even if Yang Junlin has a breakthrough, he wouldn't be here. Tip: please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. Recommended reading: go for Mad Southern Yi. It's not Yang Junlin. It's someone called the Unparalleled Sword. I heard that he's ranked number 12 on the heaven leaderboard. He's challenged Mad Southern Yi, and he has accepted it. What? The number 12 on the heaven leaderboard is challenging the number 1 on the heaven leaderboard? Is he out of his mind? Even if this unparalleled sword wants to be famous, he doesn't have to seek death like this. I heard that too. The battle between the two of them has been confirmed. It'll take place 3 days later at Beijing's Mirror Lake. Countless people were shocked by the news. They could not believe it. After all, Yi Chen's position in the martial Dao world in China was like a god. Nobody was his match. However, when a conversation similar to what happened earlier happened now, everyone had to believe it, even if they did not want to. Because of that, the entire ancient martial arts world in China paid attention to the unparalleled sword. With countless people's activities, his information was dug out one after another. The unparalleled sword is only 18 years old. He wears white and appeared out of nowhere 3 months ago. Within 3 months, more than a handful of people have been defeated by him. He's currently ranked number 12 on the heaven leaderboard. He challenged the sword god, Unquestionable Jian, 3 months ago. Everyone could not help but inhale sharply when they learned about the unparalleled sword's information. They no longer looked down on him like they did before. This man was just too young. He was 18 years old. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as a monster for killing 4 martial Dao masters from the 4 ancient martial families of Mount Wangu at the age of 18. Meanwhile, what were they doing when they were 18? Most of them were either thinking about how to flirt with girls in school or had just come into contact with ancient martial arts. The martial Dao world was in an uproar again. Many people felt sorry for the unparalleled sword's decision and looked down on him. This man is only 18 years old, and he's already so powerful. In another 20 years, when Mad Southern Yi is old, he might be ranked number 1 on the heaven leaderboard in China. It's a pity that this man challenged Mad Southern Yi at this time. As the saying goes, too much is easy to break. China will have one less genius. That's right. Perhaps he doesn't know how terrifying Mad Southern Yi is. P.S. Chapter 2. Chapter 240. Evil stay-at-home dad in the city. Chapter 240. Mad Southern Yi. If you don't die, who will? Urban romance. Jikekums. Add a bookmark. Recommend this book. Chapter 240. Mad Southern Yi. If you don't die, who will? Compared to the tremors in the outside world. At that moment, the Martial Alliance headquarters was extremely quiet. The Martial Alliance's elder, Feng Kuai, sat on the armchair. 4 extremely old silhouettes stood before him, each of them exuding a terrifying power. The 4 of you, I believe you have received the Alliance Master's orders. Feng Kuai stood up and clasped his fists at the 4 of them. Mad Southern Yi must die. Otherwise, he'll be a threat to our martial alliance. Therefore, when the battle between the unparalleled sword and Mad Southern Yi ends, the 4 of you must do your best to kill him. We understand. The 4 of them nodded simultaneously. You don't have to be too nervous. Feng Kuai then said with a smirk, although Mad Southern Yi is powerful, the unparalleled sword isn't weak either. Even if the unparalleled sword isn't Mad Southern Yi's match, he can at least severely injure Mad Southern Yi. Mad Southern Yi's ability will definitely drop when he's severely injured. By then, you guys will definitely kill him in one hit. At this point, he paused for a moment and said, of course, if the unparalleled sword kills Mad Southern Yi in the end, the unparalleled sword will die too. The 4 of them looked at him in confusion. One of them said in a hoarse voice, Elder Feng, the unparalleled sword has no grudge with our martial alliance. If he wins, Why don't we recruit him to our martial alliance? This is the alliance leader's order. All you have to do is to obey. Feng Kuahai's eyes flashed coldly. In the past, the alliance master had tried to deal with Jian Wushuang. If it wasn't for an old Taoist who had appeared at the critical moment to exchange blows with the alliance master and take the opportunity to rescue Jian Wushuang, Jian Wushuang would not have been able to survive until now. There was already enmity between the two parties since a long time ago. There was no room for reconciliation. Moreover, with Jian Wushuang's talent, if he really submitted to the martial alliance, he might be able to threaten the alliance leader's position within 10 years. Therefore, it was reasonable for Jian Wushuang to die. Feng Kuahai could not help but laugh. Mad Southernie. Please note. Please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. / in order to deal with you this time, apart from the 6 black-clothed martial mentoring elders, our martial alliance can be said to have sent out all of our elites and laid out a meticulous plan. If you don't die, who will? Yi Chen did not tell Su Yuhan about Wushuang challenging him mainly because he did not want her to worry. Time passed quickly. 3 days later in the afternoon, just when Yi Chen was planning to go to Mingjing Lake alone to keep the appointment, Su Yuhan's call rang. It was Tong Lei. Yuhan, I've booked a banquet. Some of my old classmates will be there. Are you coming to catch up? You, Superstar Tong, are treating me to a meal. How can I not do you the honor? Su Yuhan smiled and asked, Where's the gathering? Let's go straight over. It's not far. It's at the Mingjing Lake Agricola in Nanshan District. The grilled fish there is famous in Beijing. You can also admire the lotus flowers on the lake when you eat. Tong Lei smiled. Although Su Yuhan did not turn on the speakerphone, Yi Chen heard her mention Mingjing Lake. He could not help but frown. Mirror Lake. Wasn't that where he and Wushuang were going to fight? Su Yuhan hung up the phone after chatting for a while. She looked at Yi Chen while blinking her eyes. Tong Lei invited us to Mingjing Lake in Nanshan District. Are you going? The reason why she wanted to go was mainly that she had been locked up by Su Tao for a long time. She almost did not contact her friends from back then. Moreover, she was going to return to Tiannan soon, so she wanted to catch up before she left. My wifey has asked, how can I not go? What if you get kidnapped by some puppy? Yi Chen's frown eased slowly as he said, while smiling calmly. Screw you. Su Yuhan punched him angrily and said with a straight face, How would I dare to look for another man in front of His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor? Should I bring Meng Meng and Yue Wei? She hesitated. Yi Chen nodded without even thinking about it. Bring them. This girl is clingy to you now. If you don't bring them, she'll pluck every single hair on Cutie's body. I'll inform them then. I'll change my clothes while I'm at it. Su Yuhan smiled and entered the room. Yi Chen could not help but stare blankly for a moment the moment she came out half an hour later. She had changed her attire today. Her long, beautiful hair was tied up again, and there was a pretty hairpin on top of her head. She looked indescribably classical. On the other hand, she was wearing a light-colored lady's suit, the kind that was extremely fashionable. Inside, she also had a white undershirt that accentuated the beauty of her chest. Meanwhile, she wore a pair of beige casual pants on her lower body. Her beautiful legs that were wrapped in black stockings were wearing a pair of crystal high-heeled shoes. She exuded the aura of a mature woman from head to toe. Every single one of her smiles captivated Yi Chen. Su Yuhan's pretty face blushed when she seemed to have sensed his gaze. She glared at him angrily. Deep down, she was actually quite conservative. It was rare for her to dress so fashionably. He had no idea why she dressed like that today. Meng Meng ran out of the room and said while giggling, Daddy, do I look good? Yes. Yi Chen could not stop nodding. So, who's prettier between Meng Meng and Mommy? The little girl blinked and smiled slyly. As soon as she was done speaking, Yi Chen felt a gaze that was as sharp as a knife looking at him. Please pay attention to your eyes when reading for a long time. Recommended reading. / Yi Chen looked at the little girl helplessly. This girl seems to have become bad recently. I can't believe that she's messing with your father. A certain someone coughed and said while smiling, both of you look good. Your mommy is pretty now, but I believe that you'll be as pretty as your mommy in the future. As soon as he was done speaking, the sharp gaze finally retracted. Yi Chen picked up the little girl and slapped her, but while pretending to be angry. Sister, Yi Chen, are you guys going out? At that moment, Su Yue walked in while panting. She only called Su Yuhan Sister Han. She did not call Yi Chen brother-in-law. Instead, she called him by his name. Su Yuhan nodded and said, It's a friend's birthday today. Wei Wei, if you're not busy, you can come with us. Su Yue agreed immediately. She was really going to rot these few days. The Su family had closed down, and her old friends had become strangers. She was considered to have lost everything. They got into Lin Tai's Audi as soon as they got out of the house. Lin Tai drove toward Nanshan district. At the same time, in a small European-style villa in Beijing, 3 people stood looking at each other. They were a young man in white, a young lady in black with a ponytail, and a middle-aged man in a purple magua. Ning Ziyuan looked at the young man in white before him with a complicated expression. The battle is coming soon. Are you really going? He still could not bear to do that even at this point. The young man carried a long sword on his back and stood quietly without saying a word. Brother Wu Shuang, just listen to my dad. You're no match for that mad southern Yi. You'll die if you go, the young lady in black, Ning Rulin, advised. I can die in peace if I hear the truth in the morning, the white-robed youth said indifferently. By the time he finished speaking, he had already appeared 10 meters away. Ning Rulin said with a sullen expression, Dad, what should we do? Forget it. Let's go and take a look. Ning Ziyuan shook his head lightly and sighed. P.S. Chapter 3. Chapter 241. The Genius Stay-at-Home Dad in the City Chapter 241, Su Yuhan's Friend. Urban Romance. Jikekums. At a bookmark. Chapter 241, Su Yuhan's friend Lin Tai encountered a traffic jam as soon as he drove onto the highway. He only arrived at the next highway junction after half an hour. Over an hour later, the car drove into a secluded mountain area. There were endless paddy fields and mountains around. Meng Meng could not stop screaming as she pointed at a big white bird in the paddy field outside. A child's nature to get close to nature was completely unleashed. Meanwhile, Su Yuhan explained everything to her patiently. Soon, the car finally stopped by the Jade Lake. There were 2 people standing by the lake. They were Tong Lei and one of her bodyguards. Meanwhile, there were a few cars parked by the side. Tong Lei walked over as soon as they got out of the car. She said while smiling at Su Yuhan, Yuhan, I've been waiting for so long. I thought you guys weren't coming. I'm sorry. There was a traffic jam. Su Yuhan smiled apologetically while hugging Meng Meng. Tong Lei just noticed Meng Meng in her embrace. She was stunned at first, then she said in shock, Is this your daughter? Meng Meng, greet Auntie Tong. Su Yuhan stretched her arm out to hold the little girl's hand. Hello, Auntie Tong, the little girl said in her baby voice. Tong Lei could not help but caress her little round face. She then said, Let's go. We've been waiting for you guys. She glanced at Yi Chen and the Audi that was parked by the road after saying that. She shook her head lightly and turned around to walk in front. He drives an Audi. It seems like Yuhan's husband isn't that great. My lord, I won't be going. I'll wait for you guys outside, Lin Tai said softly as he walked over. He did not know any of them, so it would be meaningless for him to go. Yi Chen nodded lightly and followed Su Yuhan to the pontoon bridge that led to the center of the lake. The entire Mingjing Lake was approximately 1,000 square meters. Meanwhile, there was a retro house in the center of the lake. Smoke was coming out of the house at the moment. As far as the eye could see, It was filled with lotus leaves. There were crystal clear water droplets standing on the lotus leaves, and under the lotus leaves were extremely lively fish. It gave people a visual experience of being in the Jiangnan water village. You really know how to pick a place. You actually chose a place like this to eat. Please note, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Yuhan smiled as she walked. Even Su Yue took out her mobile phone and kept taking photos. She seemed to like the view in front of her very much. However, Yi Qin shook his head lightly. He was not as emotional as the others. What he was thinking was that when night fell, the battle between him and Wu Shuang would destroy the beautiful scenery here. At that time, the entire Mirror Lake would only exist in name. A few minutes later, they entered the farmhouse. The interior space was about 200 square meters, and it was divided into 5 areas. Each area was filled with people, and the decorations were quite green. The tables and stools were all made of bamboo. At this moment, it was bustling inside. Tong Lei led the few of them directly to the 3rd room on the top left corner. There seemed to be 20 people sitting inside at the moment when she pushed the door open. All of them were wearing gold and silver, and they looked extremely exquisite. A lady with headphones got up and complained, "Tong Lei, you're finally here. Look who's here, guys." Tong Lei smiled and moved aside. Su Yuhan, who was carrying Meng Meng, was completely exposed to everyone's sight. Su Yuhan, a young man in a red tie, was stunned. Subsequently, he looked surprised. "It's really Su Yuhan. Tong Lei, you're really tight-lipped. You didn't even tell us that Yuhan was coming." A short-haired girl sitting in the corner exclaimed. Su Yuhan smiled, gracefully facing the people's shock. "Long time no see. Qinyang, Li Bin, Zhaolan, Su Bowen, take a seat. Don't just stand there." Tong Lei gestured Su Yuhan to sit down immediately. Su Yuhan introduced Yi Qin and Su Yue one by one while smiling. Everyone then had their eyes on the duo. Their eyes lit up when they saw Su Yue. Su Yue was not inferior to Su Yuhan, no matter whether it was her appearance or temperament. When it was Yi Chen's turn, the enthusiasm on everyone's faces faded a lot, especially when they found out that Yi Chen was Su Yuhan's husband. They could not hide the surprise and hostility in their eyes. Su Bowen, who was among them, said in surprise, "Yuhan, is this Mr. Yi really your husband?" Many people did not know about Yi Chen and Su Yuhan's relationship during university. Only a few of them knew about it. Therefore, he thought that Su Yuhan was joking or that she was looking for a shield to dispel other people's thoughts. After all, on the surface, the difference between Yi Chen and Su Yuhan was just too great. Su Yuhan's pretty face froze. "Su Bowen, do I look like I'd joke about something like that?" Hearing the displeasure in her words, Su Bowen smiled awkwardly and stopped talking. However, he looked at the people around him instinctively and saw a hint of disdain in each other's eyes. As a sea turtle, Qinyang, who had studied abroad and was currently working in a research institute, pushed his glasses up and asked Yi Qin kindly, "I wonder what you're doing now, Mr. Yi?" What he said immediately piqued everyone's interest. Do you even need to ask? Mr. Yi is naturally capable since he managed to win our Yuhan's heart. He's at least an executive of a listed company, isn't he? A young lady with her hair in a bun said with a smile. She was rather pretty and dressed more maturely. Her name was Zhaolan. She was currently married to a wealthy family and was considered a rich wife. That's right. Everyone nodded at the same time. However, there was doubt in their eyes when they looked at Yi Qin. Yi Chen said calmly as he met everyone's gaze, "I'm sorry, but I don't have a job." "You don't have a job?" Everyone was stunned. Even Tong Lei, who was standing aside, was stunned too. She thought she had heard it wrong. Note: please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. BR/Brother Yi, you sure know how to joke. A man with an extraordinary aura sitting at the head of the table said while smiling, "Everyone wants to know how you managed to get our school beauty, Su Yuhan." Tong Lei had introduced him before. He was Zheng Hua, the son of the Beijing Traffic Management Bureau's director. Among so many people present, he was considered a distinguished person. Even Tong Lei paled slightly before him. After all, Beijing was the capital of China. Putting aside the Traffic Management Bureau that was an important department that controlled many people's lives, even a police station's director could not be offended by a wealthy family's disciple. Su Yuhan began to regret coming to the banquet when she noticed that the people were vaguely hostile toward Yi Qin. Just when she was going to speak, Su Yuhan's eyes widened. Just when she opened her mouth to speak, Yi Qin, who was standing aside, shook his head lightly. As soon as he said that, many people looked upset as soon as he said that, especially Zheng Hua. He disliked Yi Chen's cold attitude. Moreover, he had tried to woo Su Yuhan since he was a prominent person in university, but he had failed. Now that he was comparing himself to Yi Chen, he felt a faint sense of injustice. However, he had been through a lot, so he did not show it easily. At that moment, the atmosphere in the house was rather suffocating. The people began to reject Yi Chen, but they did not say anything since Su Yuhan was around. It seems like Su Yuhan's husband isn't doing well indeed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. The rich lady, Zhao Lan, secretly scoffed. She began playing with her phone with her head down. A smile appeared at the corner of Chun Yang's lips. I wonder if you're really keeping a low profile or just pretending. However, your attitude has offended everyone here. It's impossible for you to blend in from now on. The people were having mixed feelings. Su Yue was the only one who said nothing while smiling. However, disdain would flash through her eyes every now and then. At that moment, the owner of the farmhouse stepped on the table. All right, let's eat. Tong Lei looked at Yi Chen and secretly sighed. She changed the topic on purpose and got the people to start eating. In reality, she did not have high hopes for Yi Chen and Su Yuhan to be together. However, it was a fact, so she could not say anything. However, since he had offended Zheng Hua, it would be difficult for him to survive in Beijing in the future. At that moment, a series of screeches came from outside. Subsequently, the people sitting at the door screamed, "Cars! There are so many cars!" P.S. Chapter 4. Chapter 242. The Genius Stay-at-Home Dad in the City. Chapter 242. The Young Man in White Unparalleled. Urban Romance. Jikikums. Add a bookmark. Chapter 242. The Young Man in White Unparalleled. The white-clothed youth, Peerless, had finally arrived. There were many cars parked there at the moment. There were at least 100 of them as far as the eye could see, blocking the entire lake. Most of them had foreign license plates. At this time, there were already a lot of cars parked there. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 100 cars, blocking the entire riverside. Most of them had foreign license plates. The sky had turned dark. The cars were facing the lake. Nobody knew who switched on the headlights first, but a series of headlights were triggered. The lights shone directly on the lake, illuminating the entire lake. Before they could react, the doors of the cars opened. The doors of these cars opened, and countless people in strange clothes walked out of the cars. However, as if they had made an appointment, they stood by the lake without saying a word, as if they were waiting for someone. Who exactly was here? Why was there such a grand entrance? Tong Lei and the rest could not help but look at Zheng Hua. Zheng Hua, your father is the director of the Traffic Management Bureau. Didn't he tell you what happened when there are so many foreign cars here today? No. Zheng Hua shook his head and subsequently turned his head to look at the owner of the farmhouse. Boss Kong, is there a big shot who's coming to your restaurant for a meal? No. The owner of the farmhouse was an honest, tanned hunk. He said while looking lost, if there's a big shot who's coming here for a meal, someone would definitely call us to order food. Su Yuhan moved closer to Yi Chen, feeling rather uneasy. Did something happen, Yi Chen? Why don't we go back? Don't worry. Don't worry, I'm here. Yi Qin comforted her. Yi Qin comforted her and lifted his eyes to look at the crowd before him. His eyesight was very good, so he could vaguely sense the energy waves on these people. Clearly, most of them were ancient martial artists. Could they be here to watch the battle between me and Unparalleled? Yi Qin secretly speculated. Someone exclaimed in shock. Look, someone's flying over! Everyone hurriedly looked over. A man leaped down from the lake, stepping on the lake water as he leaped toward them. He was like a goshawk that was about to soar into the sky. With every step he took, he would step on a lotus leaf, and then his figure would leap several meters forward. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared blankly at the scene before them. Their hearts were filled with shock. In just a few breaths, the other party had already leaped onto the farmhouse. Please note, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. As soon as the sinister middle-aged man landed on the ground, everyone felt an extremely oppressive aura hit them in the face. They couldn't help but subconsciously take a few steps back. This person's killing intent was so strong. He had definitely killed before. Zhang Hua's heart suddenly palpitated, and a chill ran down his spine. "Who's the boss?" the middle-aged man shouted. The dark-skinned man shuddered and hurriedly walked out of the crowd. Trembling with fear, he said, "I am." "Who are they?" The middle-aged man pointed at Yi Qin and the rest. There was a faint hostility in his eyes. The dark-skinned man said immediately, "They're my guests. They're here to eat." The middle-aged man nodded expressionlessly. He took a good look at the people and said in his deep voice, "I don't care who you guys are, and I don't care what your background is. None of you are allowed to move around today. Stay in this farmhouse obediently. Don't scream or run around." He sounded like he was ordering them. "Why should I?" Zhao Lan replied subconsciously. "Because of this," the middle-aged man scoffed. He stretched his arm and punched the wooden board beneath his feet. The wooden board shattered immediately, revealing a hole the size of a fist. Gasp! The people had a change of expression. Fear filled their eyes when they looked at the middle-aged man. Zhao Lan was almost scared to death. He punched a hole through the wooden board from a distance. Was he even human? Zhang Hua's pupils shrunk as he suppressed the shock within him. He said to the middle-aged man, "My friend, I'm Zhang Hua. My father is Zheng Chang from the Traffic Control Bureau. We're just here for a meal. May I know what exactly happened?" He dared not be careless before such a person. "The director of the Traffic Control Bureau?" The middle-aged man looked at him in surprise. His expression softened as he said, "I'm not afraid to tell you that there will be a duel between two experts here today. To prevent any accidents, no one is allowed to move around." "Two experts?" Zhang Hua was stunned. The rest looked doubtful as well. They felt that it was strange. Chunyang, who was in the crowd, had a change of expression. He asked immediately, "Are they ancient martial artists?" "You're quite knowledgeable." The middle-aged man smiled proudly and nodded. Chun Yang's expression changed completely. He had heard of ancient martial artists before. He knew that such people were above ordinary people and should not be provoked. What's an ancient martial artist? Tong Lei's beautiful eyes widened. Chunyang took a deep breath and said, "I'm afraid you guys don't know about this. In our society, there's a group of people whose strength exceeds that of ordinary people. They can split rocks and walk on waves. These people are called ancient martial artists, just like the one in front of us." Everyone's expression changed upon hearing that. Tong Lei's little mouth formed an O shape. Clearly, she was shocked, speechless by the news. "I wonder who the two people who are going to fight today are." Zhang Hua mustered his courage to ask. The middle-aged man looked at the lake with respect in his eyes. "One of them is a legend in China's ancient martial arts world, while the other is a young genius. Today, all of us are here to witness this rare occasion." Seeing that Zhang Hua still had questions, The middle-aged man shook his head impatiently. All right, don't ask any more. You won't understand even if I tell you. You just need to remember not to talk from now on. Those two should be here soon. As soon as he was done speaking, someone immediately exclaimed, Look, there are people on the lake. Everyone looked in the direction that he was pointing at immediately. They saw a white silhouette standing at the end of the lotus pond. The white silhouette stood on the lake and seemed to be heading toward them. Reminder: please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. Recommended reading: he was coming. The silhouette approached from afar, and when everyone could see it clearly, their faces were filled with incomparable shock. It was a young man who looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. He was dressed in white and carried a long sword wrapped in black cloth on his back. Only the hilt of the sword was exposed. What shocked them the most was that the young man with the sword on his back was standing on the surface of the lake. Every step he took created ripples, but he did not fall into the lake. It was as if there were rows of invisible wooden stakes dragging him down. After the young man entered everyone's line of sight, he suddenly stopped on a lotus flower. He remained motionless, revealing an extremely handsome face. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His temperament was cold, and there was a hint of determination on his face. Many girls' hearts could not help but race when they saw the young man. Their faces turned red instantly, and their bodies felt numb. He's so handsome. Even Su Yue, who was proud and never chased after celebrities, could not help but mutter. Her beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. Meanwhile, there were 5 silhouettes standing on the cliffs on both sides of Mingjing Lake. Each of them had restrained their aura on purpose. Feng Kuai stood on the top of the cliff with his hands behind his back. He looked far away, taking in the entire Mingjing Lake. When the young man in white appeared, he could not help but reveal a smile on his tense face. The unparalleled sword is finally here. I think Mad Southerny will be here soon. Mad Southerny, you must come. Meanwhile, Ning Rulin tugged Ning Ziyuan's sleeve in the crowd across the lake. She was extremely excited. Dad, brother unparalleled, He, what's wrong with him? Ning Ziyuan asked. He's so handsome. The girl could not stop slapping her blushing cheeks, as she said that like a love-struck fool. The corner of Ning Ziyuan's lips twitched a little. The moment the young man in white appeared, Yi Chen's calm expression finally changed. There was shock, disbelief, doubt, and excitement. Unparalleled, is it really you? I've been writing since I woke up at 7 in the morning, and I've only finished writing these 5 chapters. I didn't even dare to look at the book review section during this period. I know that everyone is scolding me, but there's nothing I can do. It takes time to write 5 chapters in a row. 1 chapter takes 2 hours, so 10 chapters will take 10 hours. Therefore, I'm telling you, I'll update at 9 at night every day from now on. Oh yeah, some people say that I'm charging too much. Let me explain. The fee is fixed. It's 5 cents per 1,000 words. A chapter of 2,000 words is 10 cents, which is 10 coins. If a chapter costs more than 10 coins, it means that the chapter has more than 2,000 words. Chapter 243. Evil Stay at Home Dad Chapter 243 CMS. Add a bookmark. Recommend this book. Chapter 243. Unparalleled. I've been waiting for you. Unparalleled, is it really you? Yi Chen stared deadly at the white-clothed silhouette on the lake. The shock and waves within him were at their peak. He had a sword that could move mountains, break rivers, flip oceans, subdue demons, suppress demons, kill gods, pick stars, destroy cities, and open the sky. The sword was called the Unparalleled Sword. The Unparalleled Sword was a flying sword that Yi Chen refined when he traveled to the cultivation world. It was initially a low-grade magic tool, but it had been with Yi Chen for a long time. They were like servants and friends. Later on, a sword spirit was born. Yi Chen named it Unparalleled, representing that his sword Dao was unparalleled. No one in the world could beat him. Throughout 3,000 years, the master and servant worked hand in hand. One man and one sword, they broke through the world and eventually became a paragon in the immortal world. The unparalleled sword was renamed the Heavenly Emperor Sword. The Heavenly Emperor Sword was in charge of killing, controlling hundreds of races, and suppressing demons. That day, Yi Chan was besieged by the Southern Demon Emperor, the Western Buddha Master, and the Northern Demon Emperor. He fought until he was exhausted. That day, Yi Chen stood at the peak of the majestic God Mountain with the Heavenly Emperor Sword in his hand. His body was covered in blood, and the sword in his hand was crying after absorbing his blood essence. That day, the Heavenly Emperor Sword Spirit, unparalleled, released a monstrous sword intent to protect Yi Chen. Sword Qi filled the sky as it chose to self-destruct and perish together with the enemy. At the critical moment, Yi Chen knew that he was going to die. He could not bear to see unparalleled destroyed, so he used his remaining immortal power to retrieve the sword spirit from the Heavenly Emperor Sword and sent it to the lower realm for reincarnation. Initially, he thought it would be difficult for the master and servant to meet again in this life. Never did he expect to sense his aura from the white-clothed young man. He was in disbelief and could not believe it. At that moment, Yi Chen's expression could not stop changing. He hesitated and eventually held back from reuniting with the unparalleled sword spirit. As the white-clothed young man appeared, thousands of people in the entire Mingjing Lake had their eyes on him. Many ancient martial artists who came to watch the battle were shocked. The rumors are indeed true. This kid looks like he's not even 18 years old yet. The most important thing is please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. At such a young age, this child has comprehended the perfection like water realm. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The unparalleled sword is here. I wonder when Mad Southerny will arrive? In addition to these ancient warriors, ordinary people, including Su Yuwei, Zheng Hua, and the others, could not help but feel a surge of emotions. The youth in white was simply too handsome. All the women present were infatuated with him. Even Chen Yang, who had always been extremely confident in his looks, could not help but feel ashamed of himself in front of the young man in white. Facing all kinds of gazes, the white-robed youth on the lake looked at the people on the shore. He frowned slightly, as if he didn't like the presence of so many people. Mad Southerny, I know you're here. Show yourself. Since you're able to kill unquestionable Jian, I'm sure your sword Dao cultivation isn't weak. I'd like to experience it for myself today. The young man in white lifted his eyes and looked around. He seemed to be talking to someone. His voice was clear and cold, and there was a hint of battle intent between his brows. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it spread throughout the entire mirror lake without missing a single word. It was also clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. The ancient warriors on the other side of the lake were shocked. They bowed slightly and clasped their fists at the lake. They had fanaticism and respect on their faces, and they felt their breathing quicken. The legend in their hearts. The China #1, Mad Southerny, was about to appear. The place was extremely quiet. Compared to them, Zheng Hua and the rest in the farmhouse were looking around with their eyes wide open. They seemed to want to know who the young man in white was talking to. The way the young man in white appeared shocked them greatly. Since he was already so powerful, the person who fought him would definitely not be weak. Tong Lei and the rich lady, Xiaolan, felt like they had entered an unknown world. Everything that they had seen had exceeded their understanding. Chunyang pushed his glasses, the shock in him still lingering. I can't believe I'm lucky enough to witness a battle between ancient warriors today. Zhang Hua clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. He, the son of the Traffic Management Bureau's director, was not taken seriously at all. Only now did he understand that the so-called power and wealth were not as shocking as what he was seeing. However, who exactly was this Mad Southerny? When he came out, he would try his best to get to know him no matter what. If he could get some guidance from him, his future would be extraordinary. Zhang Hua could not help but glance at Su Yuhan and Yi Qin next to him by instinct as he thought to this point. A ferocious gleam flashed through his eyes. If I, Zhang Hua, can get Mad Southern Ye's guidance, who are you, Su Yuhan, to me? By then, you'll definitely know the difference between me and your husband and regret your choice. Just when they were holding their breaths and waiting in silence, a weak voice was heard. Yi Chen, the person he's waiting for. Isn't it you? It was Su Yuhan who spoke. She knew about some of Yi Chen's techniques. Although she did not know that Yi Chen had the title of Mad Southern Yi, she could roughly guess it. That was why she asked by instinct. Zhao Lan, who was next to her, was stunned at first. Subsequently, she could not help but scoff. Yuhan, although I know that you're close to your husband, you don't have to flatter him like that, do you? She glanced at Yi Chen in slight disdain as she spoke to this point. She said after a scoff, Moreover, do you think he can compare to that handsome guy on the lake? Su Yuhan opened her mouth in an attempt to speak. Reminder, please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. All right, Yuhan, you're still in the mood to joke at a time like this. Are you trying to get us all killed? Zhang Hua stopped her immediately. He glanced at the middle-aged man before him by instinct after saying that, afraid that he would be enraged after hearing that. Tong Lei and Qin Yang, who were standing aside, shook their heads lightly. They treated what Su Yuhan said as a joke. Your husband looks so ordinary. He doesn't look like an expert at all. The people looked around again, secretly anticipating the arrival of that important person. Yi Chen, who was in the crowd, secretly nodded when he saw Su Yuhan's confused expression. Subsequently, he glanced at the dozen people before him and said while frowning, Excuse me. What are you doing? Hold it in if you're going to the toilet, Zhao Lan said coldly. She thought Yi Chen was so scared by the scene before him that he needed to go to the toilet. Tong Lei nodded and said, That's right, Yi Chen. Just hold it in. You guys have misunderstood. I'm not going to the toilet. I'm going to an appointment, Yi Chen said. What appointment? Zhao Lan was stunned. Subsequently, she was enraged. Do you really think that you're Mad Southern Yi? Mr. Yi? Even Qin Yang, who claimed to be well-mannered, frowned. He was showing faint signs of being enraged. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. He pushed the people before him away forcefully and walked out. You be *starred, come back now. Zhao Lan's beautiful face turned pale from fear. It was too late when she wanted to stop him. She could only glare at Su Yuhan angrily. Look at your great husband. He's going to get us killed. Even I can't protect him now. Zhang Hua sighed, pretending to be troubled. However, there was a hint of gloating between his brows. Yi, you're courting death. Seeing Yi Chen walk out, the middle-aged man standing at the front shouted immediately, Brat, where are you going? Stop right there or don't blame me for... However, before he could finish, he abruptly shut his mouth. Wu Shuang, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Chen laughed out loud. Subsequently, he leaped and soared into the air. He leaped toward the young man in white who was on the lake. The whole place was dead silent. P.S. Chapter 1. Chapter 244. The Genius Nanny in the City. Chapter 244. Master, it's really you? Urban Romance, JCMS, and L-Tip. Please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. T. Divid equals link right. Add a bookmark. Master, it's really you? The expressions on everyone's faces froze. Master, it's really you? Especially Qin Yang, Zhang Hua, Tong Lei, Zhao Lan, and the rest. They stared at Yi Chen, who seemed to have grown wings with their mouths agape. They looked like they had just seen a ghost. The middle-aged man who wanted to stop Yi Chen earlier felt his legs go limp. A chill rushed into his heart. What? He's Mad Southern Yi? How is that possible? How could he be that person? At this moment, Zhao Lan's expression was as ugly as if she had eaten a fly. She almost screamed out from her throat. Chunyang was completely speechless. Tong lay covered her little red mouth with her hand by instinct. She felt her mind go blank while disbelief filled her beautiful eyes. Zhang Hua sucked in a breath of cold air as a storm surged in his heart. He could not believe everything that was happening before his eyes. However, the truth was right before their eyes. They had to believe it. On the other hand, Su Yuhan and Su Yuwei looked normal. After all, one of them had witnessed Yi Chen's ability, while the other knew his identity. Yi Chen ignored the people. He paused after leaping hundreds of meters away and landed directly on a lotus leaf. He stood proudly as he stepped on the water, creating ripples. "Greetings, Venerable One! Greetings, Venerable One!" The 1,000 people across the lake bowed to Yi Chen at the same time. Respect filled their faces. Nobody doubted Yi Chen's identity. The reason being that nobody dared to impersonate Mad Southern Yi. Moreover, his opponent was an expert who ranked 12th on the Heaven leaderboard. Only the top 10 on the Heaven leaderboard could fight him. Almost at that moment, Feng Kuai, who was on the cliff on both sides of Mingjing Lake, tip, please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. 2,000 recommended reading. At this moment, he finally smiled. Mad Southern Yi. Oh, Mad Southern Yi, you're finally here. Yi Chen ignored the people's voices. He looked directly at the young man in white, who was less than 50 steps away from him after he steadied himself. His divine sense surged towards him like a tide. That's right, it was his aura. It's really him. The unyielding, resolute, cold, and persistent aura that the young man exuded was exactly the same as his. Yi Chen finally confirmed his speculation. Even though the sword spirit of the past had turned into a human now, Yi Chen was still certain because he had been with Wu Shuang for thousands of years. They knew each other very well. No matter how calm Yi Chen was, he could not control his excitement at that moment as he thought to this point. At the same time, the cold expression on the face of the white-robed youth, who was 50 steps away from him, finally showed a slight change. It seemed like surprise, disbelief, and doubt. Master, is that really you? Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, and his body trembled slightly. He forcefully suppressed the emotions in his heart and returned to his indifferent expression. Why are you called Mad Southern Yi? This brat was still cautious. A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips upon hearing that. He said slowly, riding a horse to the south, Fonglang 100,000 heavenly soldiers, all for the sake of freedom. Where are you? Let's test the heavenly emperor sword, whose smile shatters the moonlight and falls on the heart. The white-robed youth enunciated word for word. The smile in Yi Chen's eyes grew. Listening to the sound of sabers in the night, the sword is unsheathed with killing intent. Where do you want to go? The sword turns into a dragon's roar. Where the green blade points, the enemies charge in all directions. When I look back, the moon is like frost. So what? Tears gradually appeared at the corner of the white-robed youth's eyes. The battle intent on his body faded gradually. Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly. Yi Chen had adapted the poem based on the Sword Net 3 when he founded the Eastern Heavenly Court in the Immortal World. At that time, there was a sect in the central celestial region in the south that gathered 200,000 people to rebel. It was called the Southern Heavenly Court. The Southern Immortal Venerable, Fong Qingtian, called himself the Southern Heavenly Emperor. Yi Chen went south with his sword. After leading 100,000 elite heavenly soldiers to destroy the sect, he caressed the Heavenly Emperor's sword's blade gently. He felt something in his heart. Apart from him and the unparalleled sword, nobody else in the world knew about it. That was how Yi Chen's title, Mad Southern, came about. That was why the white-robed youth asked, "Why are you called Mad Southern, sir?" as soon as he saw him. It was a test. The brat was worried that someone would disguise as Yi Chen to fool him. After all, it was common for cultivators to use shadow shift. Moreover, they could imitate someone else's aura. The people who were watching could not help but look shocked when they saw that not only did Yi Qin and the unparalleled sword not fight, but they were reciting poems instead. Feng Kuai, who was standing on the cliff, frowned. What the hell are they doing? If they want to fight, let's fight. Why are they reciting poems? Elder Feng, something doesn't seem right. The four people standing behind Feng Kuai frowned. One of them could not help but say, the battle intent and killing intent on their bodies are gone. Feng Kuai's heart sank. He had no idea why, but he had a strange feeling of uneasiness. Above Mingjing Lake, Yi Qin walked toward him one step after another. He said as he walked, who dares to fight with the unparalleled sword? Let's fight in the 9 heavens. Reminder, please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. Recommended reading, /The Dance of a Beauty's Sleeves Startles the World. The world turns red as soon as they ride a horse and wield a sword. The white-robed youth walked toward Yi Qin. The duo was less than 10 steps away from each other. The people who were watching the battle saw a monstrous sword intent explode from both of them. Sharp sword chi and sword gleam filled heaven and earth. They were shuttling back and forth around the duo. The sword gleam was glaring. The people could not help but close their eyes by instinct. All they could hear was the sound of something slicing through the air. Many of them felt their legs turn to jelly, and they could not help but fall onto the ground. Their faces turned pale as they were afraid that they would be affected by the sword chi that the duo released. What a powerful sword chi! The four people behind Feng Kuai inhaled sharply. They could sense how terrifying the sword chi that the duo released was. If a martial Dao master were to get close to the duo at that moment, he might be torn into pieces by the sword chi. Feng Kuai's heart jolted. He squeezed a smirk on his initially grim face again. Are they finally fighting? That gave me a scare. When the people opened their eyes, they had a horrified expression on their faces. They saw the lotuses in the pond being swept into the air. They were disintegrated and crushed by the whistling sword chi. They were finally fighting. This was what everyone was thinking. However, they could not get rid of the shock in their hearts. Just the clash of their auras was already so terrifying. If they were to unleash their full strength, the entire Mirror Lake would probably be shattered, right? Zhang Hua, Xiaolan, and the rest turned pale. They had goosebumps from Yi Chen's power. Most importantly, they had been hostile toward Yi Chen earlier. If he were to take revenge, they would be killed. Su Yuhan, who was in the crowd, held her daughter's hand tightly. She glared at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes, afraid that he would disappear before her eyes in the next second. On the cliff, Feng Kuai said without even turning his head, "For elders, once the outcome of the battle is decided, you guys will attack. You must kill Mad Southerny," not waiting for him to finish. The next moment, the unparalleled sword, who was on the lake, retracted his aura all of a sudden. He knelt on one knee on the water and could not hide the excitement in his eyes when he looked at Yi Qin. "Master, it's really you." P.S. Chapter 2. Chapter 245. Evil Stay-at-Home Dad in the City Chapter 245. Feng Kuai's Fear. Urban Romance Jichi. CMS. Add a bookmark. Recommend this book, Chapter 245, when Master and Servant reunite. Feng Kuai is terrified. Above the Yellow Mirror Lake, a young man in white knelt on one knee before Yi Qin. Meanwhile, the sword on his back was vibrating and humming. This sudden scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck, and they were unable to recover from their shock for a long time, as if they'd been petrified. "Master, it's really you." A teardrop fell from the corner of the young man's eye and landed on the surface of the lake. The sound was exceptionally clear. The young man closed his eyes as countless complicated memories flooded his mind. In its early years, it was originally a low-grade flying sword of the lowest level in the cultivation world. It was its master who never left it until it gradually developed intelligence. It had been 3,000 years, and its master had used it to defend against enemies, to comprehend swordsmanship, and to nourish it with his own spiritual energy. In this world, it had no friends or relatives. It only had its master, and its master was both a servant and a friend. Master understood the sword, understood it, and it also understood its master. However, the rebel was too powerful, and its master extracted its spiritual intelligence from the celestial Dharch sword at the crucial moment. He wanted to send it to the lower bound for reincarnation, as he was unwilling to die for it. That day, it emitted a monstrous sword intent and wailed endlessly. It destroyed its own body just to protect its master. That day it fell into a coma. When it woke up, it found itself in this world, and coincidentally, it had an extra body. But the master was not here. In this world, it couldn't sense any familiar aura. Everything was so strange. There was no warmth, and everything was so cold. Because its master wasn't here, it was like a lonely young bird, flying alone and dejected. It wanted to find its master. Even if he had to travel through the myriad worlds, he would find it. It is only a sword of its master. Please note. Please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. If it had a master, it would be stained with dust. It had to protect the dignity of the sword Tao. In this world, only the master understood the sword, and only the master was qualified to use the sword. Anyone who wanted to surpass the master because their sword skills were not good enough had to die. Now his master was right in front of him. How could he not be excited? Yi Chen looked at the young man who was kneeling before him quietly. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. He took a deep breath and walked over to help the young man up. He said in a soft voice, "Wu Shuang, I didn't expect you and me to meet in this world. Master, I should have known that Mad Southern was you." Apart from being excited, Wu Shuang was also a little regretful. If he had known that Mad Southern was his master, he would not have waited until now to reunite with his master. "I don't blame you." Yi Chen shook his head lightly and said, while smiling, "There are many people called Mad Southern in the entire world. Even if you saw me with your own eyes, didn't you find it hard to believe and tested me?" Wu Shuang smiled. At this moment, he was no longer the monstrous genius of the sword Tao in the eyes of others, nor was he the cold wooden block in the eyes of the Ning family's Ning Rulin. Instead, he was like a shy youth who had found his family. He would only show this side to Yi Chen. The people who were watching were completely dumbfounded, seeing that the duo did not fight. Instead, they were chatting happily. Subsequently, an uproar broke out at the same time. Someone looked confused. "Can anyone tell me what exactly is going on? I think I heard the unparalleled sword calling Mad Southern master." An old man inhaled sharply in shock. Apart from them, even Zheng Hua, Xiaolan, and the rest looked doubtful. Su Yue looked at Su Yuhan, who was carrying the child, and asked in confusion, "Sister, does Yi Chen know that person?" "I don't know." Su Yuhan was confused. She had never seen the unparalleled sword before, nor had she heard Yi Chen mention him. However, her tense heart was relieved now. Since they were not fighting, it meant that Yi Chen was safe. Ning Rulin, who was across the lake, was so excited that she almost jumped up. "Dad, Brother Unparalleled didn't fight that guy." "That's great. Brother Unparalleled is fine now." Ning Ziyuan was relieved. However, there was deep doubt in his eyes when he looked at the unparalleled sword and Yi Chen. He heard the unparalleled sword calling Yi Chen master earlier. On the cliff, Feng Kuai looked at the duo below in disbelief. He looked rather panicked. What exactly is going on? Why aren't they fighting? What's wrong with the unparalleled sword? How can he call Mad Southern master? He could not be blamed for being so furious. Indeed, the Martial Alliance had put in a lot of effort and paid a great price to get the duo to fight. Their goal was to kill Yi Chen and the unparalleled sword. Now that the duo was not fighting, it meant that all the arrangements that they had made earlier were for naught. Most importantly, they had made two enemies unknowingly. It would have been fine if he was not angry. As soon as he was angry, the vital energy and blood in his body exploded. The aura that he intentionally hid exploded too. Yi Chen and the unparalleled sword, who were on the lake, sensed it at the same time. The unparalleled sword regained his coldness from before and said, "Master, the 5 people up there are hostile toward you. I'll go up and kill them. And reminder, please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. Recommended reading. And BSB, there's no rush." Yi Chen shook his head lightly and asked, "Let me ask you, why did you challenge me? Before this, I had a 3-month agreement with Unquestionable Jian. Later on, someone told me that Unquestionable Jian died in your hands. That's why I challenged you. That's clear then." Yi Chen chuckled softly as a ferocious gleam flashed through his eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, this is a conspiracy to start a war between us." The reason he said that was because he sensed a familiar aura on the cliff. It was the Martial Alliance elder, Feng Kuai, whom he had encountered at the Surge River when he was about to kill Yuan Bupo. He had killed Feng Kuai's senior brother, Yuan Bupo, so there was enmity between them. Connecting that to the night at the Imperial Wind Pavilion where the 5 powerhouses came to kill him, the Kurong old men had told him that he was from the Martial Alliance. Therefore, it was not difficult to guess who was behind this. Yi Chen lifted his eyes to look at the cliff as he thought to this point. His cold voice echoed through the entire Mingjing Lake. "Martial Alliance's dogs, you must be tired after watching me for so long. Since you want to kill me, why don't you seize the opportunity today to attack me together?" The crowd exclaimed as soon as he said that. They could not help but follow Yi Chen's gaze. However, since it was night time, they could not see anything. At the same time, "Oh no, he found us!" Feng Kuai's scalp exploded when he heard Yi Chen's voice. He had goosebumps all over his body at that moment. Go now!" Yi Chen said. He took the lead and flew far away. He was terrified. He did not think that he would be able to win against Mad Southern Yi with the help of the 4 masters. One must know that Mad Southern Yi had killed 5 masters before this. There were even members on the Heaven leaderboard among them. Moreover, the unparalleled sword was calling Mad Southern Yi his master. He must report this to the chief as soon as possible. Seeing that Feng Kuai was running, Yi Chen glanced at the unparalleled sword and smiled calmly. "Why don't we compete today? Let's see who can kill more." His words seemed calm, but they contained a great amount of murderous intent. P.S. There are 2 more chapters to the 3rd chapter. I'm afraid that I won't make it in time, so I'll release these 3 chapters in advance. Chapter 246. The Genius Nanny in the City. Chapter 246. Wielding the Afterlife Sword Again. Killing all evil and despicable people. Urban Romance. Jikikums. Tip. Please rest your eyes while reading for a long time. Recommended reading. BR/bookmark Chapter 246. Wielding the Afterlife Sword Again. Killing all evil and despicable people. He looked into Yi Chen's eyes. A smile flashed deep in his cold eyes. "I'm willing to wield the Afterlife Sword again with Master to kill all evil and despicable people." At this moment, he killed with his sword alone, turning the world upside down. Blood flowed like a river. He killed until hundreds of clans knelt before him and tens of thousands of immortals came to pay homage to him. Wielding the Afterlife Sword again, killing all evil and despicable people. Yi Chen laughed maniacally. He soared into the sky directly from the surface of the lake and turned into a sword that shot toward the mountains by the Mirror Lake. PSSSD. Lightning flashed on the unparalleled sword's body while the long sword on his back hummed softly. Subsequently, he chased after Yi Chen while stepping on lightning. The people who were watching the battle were left dumbstruck. Meng Meng, who was in Su Yuhan's embrace, blinked her dark eyes, and said in her baby voice, "Mommy, where did Daddy go?" "Mommy has no idea, but Daddy will be back soon." Su Yuhan looked lost too, so she could only comfort the little girl. Seeing that Yi Chun was gone, Zheng Hua and the rest felt the pressure on them lift. Zhao Lan did not hide the jealousy in her eyes at all. She said while looking at Su Yuhan, "Yuhan, you've really hidden yourself well. Your husband is so powerful, but you didn't tell us." Only then did she realize that their so-called pride was worthless before Yi Qin. He had never looked them in the eye at all. Chunyang pushed his glasses and walked to Su Yuhan. He bowed in all seriousness. "Yuhan, I've offended Mr. Yi with my words earlier. I hope that you can speak up for me. After all, we're all classmates." He was smart. He knew that Yi Chan was from a different world from them. If he continued to put on airs, he would be the one who would suffer eventually. Therefore, he might as well be more straightforward. Tip: please rest your eyes when you read for a long time. Recommended reading. With him leading the way, Zheng Hua seemed to have woken up from a dream. He quickly said, "Yes, Yuhan, we're all classmates. Don't worry. Yi Qin isn't that petty. Let bygones be bygones." Su Yuhan smiled lightly, but there was a sense of distance in her eyes. This trip had allowed her to see through people's hearts. "Yuhan, since when did your husband become so powerful?" Tong Lei, the celebrity who had been silent, could not help but ask with a complicated expression. When she first saw Yi Qin, she thought that Su Yuhan had married the wrong person. She was proud that she was single until now. Never had she thought that reality would give her a hard slap. However, she was not nervous. After all, she did not show any disrespect to Yi Qin from the beginning until the end. Su Yuhan shook her head lightly. "I don't know either." "You don't know?" They smiled, subconsciously. They knew that she didn't want to say it, but they didn't force her. Su Yue looked at the place where the unparalleled sword had fought earlier in melancholy. She pulled Su Yuhan aside and said while stammering, "Sister, what's the relationship between brother-in-law and that guy in white?" "Why are you asking that?" Su Yuhan was stunned. Su Yue rolled her eyes, but she was avoiding her gaze. "Oh, I'm just curious. Don't tell me that you've fallen for him." Su Yuhan was shocked when she saw her abnormal behavior. "He looks like he's only 17 or 18 years old. He's still a kid and you're 7 or 8 years older than him. What are you talking about, sister?" Su Yue stomped her feet and turned her face away intentionally. However, her pretty face was blushing so much that it was almost bleeding. Her ears were red. It was rare to meet such a handsome guy who was so capable. So what if he was 8 years older? So what if he fell in love with a younger man? Moreover, he was already an adult when he was 18. He was no longer a kid. In a small forest on the outskirts of the Swallow Mountain, Range 5 silhouettes kept leaping through the forest. Their figures were like dragons and tigers, so fast that it was hard to catch them. Wherever the silhouettes passed, countless fallen leaves would be swept up, and the sound of the air being torn apart and the ground cracking could be heard. Foam Kwahai ran at the front with intense fear and regret on his face. Initially, he thought his plan to trick Yi Qin was foolproof. Never had he thought that the unparalleled sword and Yi Qin would not fight at the critical moment. Forget that. The duo even worked together to kill them. The 5 of them could not handle Yi Qin alone, let alone the unparalleled sword. Therefore, he was afraid. In reality, nobody was not afraid of death. Even those old people who had lived for over 100 years and thought that they had seen through life and death could not face it calmly when they were faced with death. "No, I can't die. As long as I escape to the Martial Alliance, the chief will definitely save me. With the chief, the unparalleled sword, and Mad Southern, you won't be able to kill me even if they work together." He ran even faster as he thought to this point. However, in the next second, the 5 of them stopped running. They saw a skinny young man standing 50 meters ahead of them at the moment. Compared to them who were panting, the young man stood with his arms behind his back with a calm expression on his face. Retreat. Feng Kuahai's heart sank without even thinking. Reminder: please rest your eyes after reading for a long time. They wanted to turn around and run in the opposite direction, but when they turned around, a young man in white slowly walked over and blocked their way. At that moment, Feng Kuahai's face turned pale. Rage, fear, helplessness, and sadness flashed through his face. Mad Southern Yi, please let me go. This is all a misunderstanding. We're just here to watch the battle. Misunderstanding? A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. Let me ask you, are the Ku Rong old men from your martial alliance? Yes. Feng Kuahai's heart sank. He said while shaking his head immediately, but I didn't send them. I didn't know anything from the beginning. Let me ask you again. Are you from the martial alliance? Yi Chen interrupted him and said with an extremely cold expression, the martial alliance. They had offended him time and time again. When the Ku Rong old men came to kill him, Yi Chen had said that there was no need for the martial alliance to exist anymore. Feng Kuahai nodded by instinct. I've never thought of going against you. You, since you're from the martial alliance, you should be killed. Yi Chen and the unparalleled sword moved at the same time as soon as the word was said. Two terrifying sword qi covered an area within 500 meters. Soon, four heads were lying on the ground, quietly. Meanwhile, there were 4 headless bodies next to the heads. They were the 4 martial Dao masters that Feng Kuahai had brought with him. Even if the 4 of them worked together, they would not be Yi Chen's match. Moreover, there was the unparalleled sword. It was almost a one-hit kill. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Feng Kuahai shrieked in fear upon witnessing the 4 masters being killed just like that. His face was twisted. Don't worry, I won't kill you for now. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and looked at him extremely coldly. I've told you that there's no need for the martial alliance to exist anymore. I'll let you go today. Remember to inform the people from the martial alliance to prepare for your funeral. I'll come and destroy your sect with my sword in 3 days. A sword gleam flashed. Both of Feng Kuahai's arms were severed on the ground. He shrieked on the ground from the intense pain. P.S. Chapter 4, there's one more chapter. Chapter 247. Evil Stay-at-Home Dad in the City. Chapter 247. A battle between 2 women. Urban romance. Jikekums. Add a bookmark. Recommend this book. Chapter 247. A fight between 2 women. As Yi Chen and the unparalleled sword recognized each other as master and servant, this earth-shattering battle that had attracted the attention and anticipation of everyone in the world ended just like that. In the eyes of the spectators, the 2 of them did not fight from the beginning to the end. When these people returned in disappointment, the result of the battle between Yi Chen and the unparalleled sword was spread out. Countless people were shocked and found it hard to accept. After all, based on Mad Southern Ye's past results, none of those who challenged him survived, such as Yuan Bupo and Northern Devil Jiang. However, things changed when it came to Jian Wushuang. Only a portion of the people who knew about the actual battle remained silent. These people knew that the unparalleled sword called Mad Southern Yi Master. There was too much information revealed in this. Surprisingly, Martial Alliance remained silent this time. Yi Chen could not care less about the rumors and gazes from the outside world because the Imperial Wind Pavilion had 2 new guests out of nowhere. It was Ning Ziyuan and Ning Rolan. Ning Ziyuan was the master of Luoyang's weapon-forging family, the Ning family. However, he did not have any arrogance. Of course, that might be the reason why he dared not show off his identity before Yi Chen. On the other hand, ever since Wu Shuang moved into the Imperial Wind Pavilion, Ning Ruolin had dragged Ning Ziyuan over as a guest. She could not wait to be around Wu Shuang 24/7, calling him Brother Wu Shuang this and Brother Wu Shuang that. Seeing this, Su Yuwei was sulking. It couldn't be helped. Ning Rulin was only 18 years old and could call her whatever she wanted. But she, Su Yuwei, was already 25 years old. She couldn't call a boy younger than her brother, even if she was beaten to death. If she called Ning Rulin little brother, the distance between them would widen and they would sound like siblings. Therefore, Su Yuwei secretly felt angry. She found Ning Rulin an eyesore and made a few sarcastic remarks from time to time. However, she had met her match this time. Whenever the two young mistresses met, they would fight like cocks. If Su Yuhan had not been persuading them, they would probably have fought. Jian Wushuang was expressionless the whole time, as if he did not see the two misses' behavior. Yi Chen called him to the room and stretched his arm out to point at Su Yuhan next to him. "This is my wife, Su Yuhan." Wushuang greets mistress. Please note, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading the unparalleled sword, knelt on one knee before Su Yuhan. He was not an earthling, so his thinking had always been stuck in the old customs of the feudal society. The sudden scene shocked Su Yuhan, and she hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Get up, I can't take it. Mistress is master's wife and the future empress. It's only right and proper for me to kneel to mistress." Jian Wushuang looked determined. "What mistress? Empress? You're Yi Chen's brother and friend. If you don't mind, just call me big sister." Su Yuhan looked at Yi Chen in panic. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and walked over to help him up. He said, "Don't kneel for no reason in the future. Let me tell you something else." The unparalleled sword stood up straight. "From now on, you're no longer the Heavenly Emperor sword or the unparalleled sword." Yi Chen smiled calmly. The unparalleled sword knelt on one knee on the ground again. His voice was rather deep. "Master, are you abandoning me? Did Wushuang do something wrong?" Yi Chen felt warmth in his heart, seeing how emotional he was. Apart from feeling touched, he shook his head and said while smiling, "Wushuang, although you destroyed your sword body for me, you've become a human by chance. It means that you're no longer a sword spirit from now on. You're a human." Yi Chen paused as he spoke to this point and said, "I, Yi Chen, am no longer the mad southern immortal venerable or the eastern heavenly emperor. I'm a husband and a child's father now. I need you to be my brother and even my family." "Brother? Family?" Jian Wushuang was slightly startled. He then lowered his head and said, "Wushuang doesn't dare. Wushuang is only willing to be a sharp sword in Master's hand. When the day comes, I will accompany Master to kill our way back to the 9 heavens and kill all the traitors." "What, you don't want to be my brother?" Yi Chen pulled a long face on purpose. "I dare not." Yi Chen walked over and patted his shoulder. "Since you dare not do as I say, from now on, you're my brother. I'll give you the surname Yi. You'll be called Yi Wushuang from now on." "Master!" There was a hint of gratitude on Wushuang's cold face. He only corrected himself when he saw Yi Chen's face turn grim. "Be brother!" "That's more like it." Yi Chen's expression softened. He lifted his eyes to look at the sky. "I don't have many brothers left. Night Demon, that old thing, was beaten into pieces to protect me. The warden might have lost his mind to my traitorous disciple. Back then he had the grade 9 immortal weapon, the Heavenly Emperor sword, and the grade 9 defensive immortal weapon, the Night Demon armor. Now only Wushuang had returned to his side." He looked a little sad. "That's why I cherish the thousands of years we've spent together. I cherish you guys even more. Brother, I found a fragment of Night Demon on Mount Wanggu." Wushuang said slowly. He took out a metal piece the size of a tortoiseshell. Yi Chen took it and looked at it. His expression kept changing. "It's indeed a fragment of Night Demon. There's still his aura left on it. Could this old thing have been sent to Earth? I only found this piece on Mount Wanggu." Wushuang said in a deep voice, "Therefore, I suspect that Night Demon is not dead. Brother, you're the Heavenly Emperor, and a true dragon. Although you're temporarily down, Wushuang, please don't give up. If Night Demon is still alive, it means that your old brothers are waiting for you, silently. Also, we still have 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Where did 100,000 heavenly soldiers come from? Yi Qin frowned. Wushuang said slowly, have you forgotten? Your youngest disciple, Yi Zhao, was ordered to lead 100,000 troops to the astral world to exterminate the astral bandits. I believe that when you return to the immortal world in the future, Yi Zhao will definitely lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers to help you. Note: please rest your eyes after reading for a long time. Recommended reading: Yi Zhao. Yi Qin nodded lightly, looking nostalgic. He's a good kid. I won't ask him to help me. I only hope that he can live and not fall into his first senior brother's hands. In the garden of the Imperial Wind Pavilion, Su Yue and Ning Ruolin stood in the corner, glaring at each other. None of them blinked. An invisible smell of gunpowder spread around. Su Yue was the first to break the atmosphere. She scoffed and said, "Hey, when are you guys leaving?" The second mistress of the Su family was pissed. She was pissed. This girl who appeared out of nowhere was shameless. She called brother Wushuang Wushuang like a little vixen. What pissed her off the most was that the little vixen used the same perfume as her. "Why do you care when we leave?" Ning Ruolin scoffed. "Sister, Su asked us to stay for a few more days. She's the host and you're not. You're already an adult, yet you still want to steal my brother Wushuang. How shameless. I got to know brother Wushuang first. I'm the one who loves him. You're just a mistress." Su Yue was enraged. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. "Do you want to fight?" "Sure. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Ning Ruolin refused to be outdone. She rolled up her sleeves as she spoke. Su Yue's heart skipped a beat. She was a little unconfident. "Try touching me!" Ning Ruolin stepped forward and pushed her immediately. "I'm going to touch you." "What's wrong with that?" "It's my first time seeing someone like you in my life. I can't believe that you're asking me to touch you." Su Yue, the former second mistress of the Su family, had never been bullied like this. She was enraged and charged at Ning Ruolin after taking a few steps back. The duo began fighting while grabbing each other's hair and choking each other. The Patriarch of Hell could not close his eyes while wagging his tail. He was mumbling to himself as if he wanted the world to be in chaos. What's the use of choking her? Pinch her chest. Yes, that's it. Use more force. P.S. The 5th chapter is late. Today's update is over. Everyone has an emergency. Firstly, I didn't ask for leave. Secondly, I haven't stopped updating. I hope everyone can be polite. If you can't accept it, you can read other books. Others update 2 or 3 times a day. They even stop updating from time to time. Chapter 248. The Genius Nanny in the City. Chapter 248. Wushuang's Past. Urban Romance. Jikikums. At a bookmark. Chapter 248. Wushuang's Past. The few of them stood at the entrance of the Imperial Wind Pavilion a day later. Sob, sob, sob. Ning Ruolin looked at Wushuang with tears in her eyes. "Brother Wushuang, can you come back to Luoyang with us? I can't bear to leave you." Ning Ziwan stood aside, having a headache over his daughter. The father and daughter planned to go back after staying at the Imperial Wind Pavilion for a night. After all, it was impossible for them to stay there forever. Moreover, they had things to deal with in Luoyang. Yi Qin watched all of this with interest. Regarding the matter of Ning Ruolin liking Wushuang, he had already seen it. To be honest, he quite appreciated Ning Ruolin's straightforward character, but in the end, it still depended on Wushuang's own choice. However, Wushuang stood there quietly. There was no expression on his face as he rejected Ning Ruolin's request with silence. Now that he had found Yi Qin, how could he leave? Su Yue, who was standing aside, rubbed her chest that was throbbing. Pride filled her eyes when she looked at Ning Ruolin. However, she clenched her teeth when she recalled what happened yesterday. She thought it would be a piece of cake for her to deal with an 18-year-old girl, since she was older and stronger. Never had she thought that Ning Rulin would be an ancient martial artist. Not only did Ning Rulin torture her, but she could not stop pinching her chest, causing her pain for the entire night. Ning Rulin was a little annoyed seeing that Wu Shuang said nothing. She said with her hands on her hips, "Brother Wu Shuang, it's fine if you don't want to go back with us. However, you can't flirt around when I'm not around." Shock flashed through Wu Shuang's handsome face. And NB tip: please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. Recommended reading: SP, when have I ever flirted? Moreover, who are you to control me? You're so handsome. There must be shameless women who seduce you shamelessly. You must learn to protect yourself. Ning Rulin glanced at Su Yue as she spoke to this point. What are you talking about? Su Yue exploded. How could she not understand that Ning Rulin was implying something about her? All right. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing again, Ning Rulin hurriedly interrupted. He then looked at Wu Shuang with a complicated expression. If you're free, you can come to Luoyang. The Ning family will always welcome you. The young man in front of him was someone he thought highly of, and he even had the intention of marrying his daughter to him. However, after interacting with him for the past few days, he could tell that this young man was the kind of person who only cared about the Tao and did not understand the relationship between a man and a woman. It could be said that he was a sword maniac. Wu Shuang nodded slightly, expressing his stance. Mr. Yi, thank you for your hospitality. It's time for us to leave. Ning Ziyuan clasped his fists at Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled faintly. You're too kind, Master Ning. I should be the one thanking you. If the Ning clan has any difficulties in the future, I, Yi Chen, will definitely help if I can. Not only had Wu Shuang taken the Ning family's treasure, the Great Thunder Sword, but he had also stolen their only daughter's heart. Therefore, Yi Chen was rather grateful to the Ning family. Ning Ziyuan nodded and led Ning Rulin to the BMW at the entrance. Ning Rulin turned her head and said reluctantly, Brother Wu Shuang, you must visit me when you're free. She got into the car after saying that, and the car drove away. Su Yue turned around and walked into the Imperial Wind Pavilion like a winner. She was indescribably happy. Yi Chen looked at Wu Shuang and said while smiling, Tell me, who do you like? I'll be your matchmaker. Brother, please don't make fun of me. A hint of bitterness appeared on Wu Shuang's cold face when she heard that. I've never thought about that. I just want to stay by your side and never leave you. You can get a girlfriend to stay by my side too. Yi Chen was in between tears and laughter. He looked at Wu Shuang closely and was actually a little jealous. I wonder what exactly you've been through to have such a beautiful face. It's fortunate that you didn't become a movie actor. Otherwise, you'd be able to kill Kai Shukuen and Lu Han within seconds. Let's go. Tell me what you've been through. Yi Chen led him into the Imperial Wind Pavilion as he spoke. The duo walked around the Imperial Wind Pavilion's garden side by side. When did you come to Earth? Yi Chen asked. Wu Shuang nodded lightly. 3 months ago, I encountered a spatial tear when you extracted my sword spirit and sent me to the lower realm. I lost consciousness after that. When I woke up, I found myself lying at the foot of Mount Tai. I even had an extra body out of nowhere. 3 months ago? Yi Chen thought to himself and realized that Wu Shuang had traveled to Earth at about the same time. They were only 3 to 4 days apart. Wu Shuang said, I was severely injured back then. A sloppy old Taoist priest who was passing by saved me. He healed me and wanted to take me in as his disciple, but I didn't agree. A sloppy old Taoist priest? Stunned, Yi Chen asked, Where's he? Note: please rest your eyes when reading for a long time. Recommended reading: A. He's dead. Wu Shuang said coldly as if he did not care. However, a glint of sadness flashed deep in his cold eyes. When I went to Wudong sect to challenge the Wudong sect leader for the Taiji sword, I was ambushed by an expert on my way down the mountain. The opponent was very powerful. He severely injured me with a single move. He saved me at the critical moment. Was he killed by the person who ambushed you? Yi Chen asked in his deep voice. No. Wu Shuang shook his head lightly. He was poisoned to death. He was heavily poisoned before that, so he couldn't fight. Otherwise, the poison would spread faster. That was why he wanted to take me in as his disciple so that he could pass on his legacy. Wu Shuang lifted his eyes to look at the sky as he spoke to this point. The poison attacked his heart to save me. I promised to mourn for him for 3 months. 3 months later, I found out that he was from the Su family of Mount Wangwu. The poison in his body was caused by the Su family in the early years. Therefore, I carried his coffin to Mount Wangwu to demand an explanation. If Yi Chen was Wu Shuang's only family in this world, then the old Taoist priest was considered half a family. After all, the old Taoist priest was not related to him, but he treated him sincerely. He even risked his life to save him. That was the reason why he was willing to carry the old Taoist priest coffin and kill his way into Mount Wangwu with his sword to destroy the 4 families. Although Wu Shuang was cold, at least he knew how to repay kindness. What a pity! Yi Chen sighed. If he had met Wu Shuang earlier, he might have been able to resolve the speed in the old Taoist priest. He would not have died from the poison. At that moment, Lin Tai walked over in a hurry. He looked rather anxious. My lord, something has happened. The Martial Alliance has issued a kill order for you. A kill order? Yi Chen frowned. Standing aside, Wu Shuang's expression turned cold. Lin Tai took a deep breath in and said, The Martial Alliance accused you of killing 5 of their masters. They said that you're cruel and heartless. So they want you to give them an explanation? Interesting. Yi Chen smiled instead of being mad. A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. I haven't even asked them for an explanation, but they're accusing me instead. How interesting. P.S. Chapter 1. Chapter 249. The Genius Nanny in the City Chapter 249 Martial Alliance Kill Order. Urban Romance. Jikekums. At a bookmark, Chapter 249 Martial Alliance Kill Order. Yi Chen said after noticing that Lin Tai was hesitating to speak. Yi Chen said while raising his brows, Anything else? Lin Tai forced a smile. The Martial Alliance's kill order has gathered all of the ancient martial artists in China to kill you. Moreover, the reward is a breakthrough pill. Breakthrough pill? What's that? Yi Chen asked. Lin Tai shook his head. I've no idea what it is exactly, but I heard that it's the Martial Alliance's secret medicinal pill. It's specially made for ancient martial artists to break through. His expression turned rather grim as he spoke to this point. My lord, what should we do now? As the name suggested, the Martial Alliance was an alliance of ancient martial artists. It was above all ancient martial artists. There were many experts in it, unlike wealthy families like the Su family. Although his lord was powerful, how could he fight a giant like the Su family? Brother, why don't we get Wu Shuang to go there with his sword? I'll definitely destroy the Martial Alliance. Standing aside, Wu Shuang's eyes were cold. Before this, he was the sword in Yi Chen's hand. Now he was Yi Chen's brother. No matter what, he would not allow anyone to provoke Yi Chen. Don't worry about it. Yi Chen squinted as killing intent flashed through his eyes. I'd like to see how exactly they're going to kill me. Mad Southern Yi is ruthless. He killed 5 of our Martial Alliance's masters. What he's doing is arrogant. He's openly looking down on our Martial Alliance's position in the ancient martial world and the Iron Law. Today, Mad Southern Ye's #1 title on the Heaven Leaderboard is revoked. At the same time, I'm issuing a kill order. The Martial Alliance will reward anyone who kills Mad Southern Yi with 1 pill. Reminder, please rest your eyes after reading for a long time. Recommended reading. At the same time, he'll be appointed as the Martial Alliance's deputy chief. as the martial alliance's kill order was announced. The entire ancient martial world in China was in an uproar. Nobody expected the martial alliance to issue a kill order for Yi Qin. One of them was a giant that ruled over all ancient martial artists, while the other was number one on the heaven leaderboard. Theoretically, both of them would mind their own business. However, they had fallen out with each other. Without a doubt, this was like a raging wave that completely swept through the entire ancient martial arts world of China. Everyone was so shocked that they were in disbelief. Apart from the shock, Yi. In order to deal with Mad Southern Yi, the Martial Alliance had put in so much effort and was willing to take out the few breakthrough pills. The so-called Zong breakthrough pill was an elixir concocted by the Martial Alliance. To all ancient martial art practitioners, it was no different from a magical elixir. The effect of such an elixir was that it could allow any ancient martial art practitioner below the level of a grandmaster to immediately break through to become a grandmaster after consuming it. Woo, woo, woo. Tian won, although woo, 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 comma, woo, 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 yi, woo, 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 woo. If an ancient martial artist at the peak of the inborn stage consumed it, he might even have the chance to become a martial venerable. Of course, this was only a hope. After all, there had not been a martial venerable in China for 100 years. However, even a trace of hope was enough to make everyone go crazy, especially those martial Dao masters who had been stuck at the advanced stage of the Xiantian realm. They didn't have much time left, so how could they sit back and watch their time come? Even though Yi Chen was the number one in China and had powerful abilities, he could not stop their madness. As the saying went, the timid would starve to death, and the bold would die from overeating. All of a sudden, the entire ancient martial arts world of China was like a sea with a gust of wind. The seawater looked calm, but in reality, there were surging undercurrents. In a Taoist temple in the depths of the 100,000 mountains, an old Taoist was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a little Taoist boy walked in quickly and whispered something into his ear. The old Taoist's eyes suddenly opened, and they were as sharp as lightning. Ancestor-breaking pill? Martial Alliance actually has something like that? I must get it. I've been stuck in the late Khanate stage for more than 20 years, and I'm over 90 now. If I don't break through soon, I won't be able to escape death when my time comes. When he said this, his whole body was trembling. He was trembling with excitement. Mad Southern Yi, you're very powerful. If it were any other time, I wouldn't want to be your enemy no matter what. However, I can't do that now. Who asked you to offend the Martial Alliance? Who asked me to have the hope of breaking through if I kill you? In a magnificent temple in the Tibetan area, 2 lamas dressed in yellow kasayas were sitting on prayer mats. One of them was an old lama in his 80s, while the other was a young lama in his 30s. The young lama looked bitter. Rinpoche, are you sure you want to go? Tsirin, after I leave, you will inherit the mean temple. The old lama was senile and his eyes were cloudy. I'll either die in Mad Southern Yi's hands or comprehend the innate stage and extend my lifespan by another 100 years. With that, the old lama walked out of the temple with his staff in hand. Scenes like this were happening all over the country at almost the same time. In the end, they converged into a powerful undercurrent that attacked Beijing, inside the secret chamber of the Imperial Wind Pavilion. Please note, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading A Red Spear appeared before Yi Qin. He took a closer look and realized that it was by Zhen Yuan's half-spiritual weapon. Although this item is not a magic artifact, it is not inferior. In addition, it was obtained from the tailbone of a demon snake. It can be broken down into materials to forge other magic artifacts. Why don't I refine a magic tool for self-defense for Meng Meng? It can also be a way to protect her. Thinking of this, Yi Chen waved his sleeve, and countless refining materials floated before him. He spat true essence fire out of his mouth. The true essence fire wrapped around the red spear and began to melt it slowly. If Bai Zhan Yuan was still alive, He would have been enraged to see the half-spiritual weapon that he refined painstakingly disintegrated just like that. Soon, the spear was completely disintegrated into a pool of red liquid that floated in the air. Yi Chen waved his arm, and another portion of the refining materials leaped into the air. They were melted into liquid under the true fire. Fuse! Yi Chen performed hand seals with both hands and performed hand seals on the liquid that floated in the air. The liquid melted into a ball at that moment as if it was boiling. It didn't take long for it to condense into a hoop. It looked a little like a hula hoop, but it was slightly smaller than a hula hoop. Its entire body shone with a silver metallic luster. Since it's a defensive Dharma treasure, it naturally needs to be inscribed with a defensive formation. Apart from protecting itself, it can also trap and injure people. It can also be like a Dharma treasure that can change its size at will. That's why it needs a Dharma treasure. Yi Chen pondered for a while rubbing his chin. He extended his arm again and carved dense formations on the silver circle. The formations integrated into the silver circle like wriggling runes. Finally, it took shape. Half an hour later, Yi Chen waved his hand, and the silver hoop landed in his hand. It shone with a dazzling glow while faintly emitting spiritual energy. I've used up all my materials, but it's only a mid-grade magic tool. At the end of the day, I still don't have enough spiritual energy. Yi Chen shook his head lightly and said in his deep voice, "I'll call you Heaven and Earth Ring from now on." After saying that, he put away the universe ring and walked out, intending to give his daughter a surprise. P.S. Chapter 2. Chapter 250. The Genius Stay-at-Home Dad in the City. Chapter 250. The Magical Use of the Heaven and Earth Hoop. Urban Romance CMS. Add a bookmark. Recommend this book, Chapter 250. The Magical Use of the Heaven and Earth Hoop in the living room. There was a lot of food placed before Meng Meng at the moment. Ning Ruolin had bought them earlier. Both of them were foodies, so it was only natural that they appreciated each other. However, Ning Ruolin was the kind of person who did not gain weight by eating. On the other hand, the little girl gained weight no matter how much she ate. Su Yuhan had been holding a grudge against Yi Chen. After Ning Ruolin left, the little girl was a little reluctant at first. Then, she smiled happily because nobody was fighting with her for food anymore. Yi Wushuang sat aside quietly. There was a faint smile in his eyes when he looked at the little girl. She was his eldest brother's daughter, his only bloodline. If his eldest brother was still in the immortal world, she would be the Heavenly Emperor's daughter, the daughter of an immortal. She would inherit his throne in the future and become a powerful empress who ruled over the world. "Uncle Wushuang, do you want cake?" The little girl seemed to be a little embarrassed to see him staring at her. She took a box of cake from the table and gave it to him after some hesitation. Yi Wushuang shook his head lightly, his gaze becoming gentler. The little girl looked at him while blinking. "Uncle Wushuang, why don't you like to talk and smile?" "My teacher told me to smile more. A smile will make you look 10 years younger." Yi Wushuang was stunned for a moment. A smile appeared on his cold, handsome face, but it was not obvious. He was a proud person who was not good with words. He would only cooperate with Meng Meng. If it were someone else, he would treat them coldly. At that moment, Yi Chen walked out of the room. "Daddy, Uncle Wushuang is smiling. I'm treating him to cake, but he doesn't want it." The little girl ran over without even wiping her mouth. Yi Chen stretched his arm out and wiped her mouth. He said, "Don't eat so much. Look at how fat you are. Your mommy will scold me for spoiling you if she sees this." "But it's really delicious," the little girl mumbled. Yi Chen could not help but laugh. He secretly made up his mind to refine a weight loss pill for her, the kind that would not make her fat even if she ate it. Subsequently, a silver circle appeared on his hand. It was approximately the size of a palm. "Dad, what is this?" The little fellow's eyes immediately widened. Please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Yi Chen thought about it and said, "This is a toy that Daddy gave you. It's for self-defense. Do you like it? Meng Meng likes it. The little fellow's eyes lit up, and he eagerly reached out to take it. He sized it up, and his eyes were filled with joy. Yi Chun grabbed her hand and cut her finger gently. Daddy, it hurts. The little guy took a deep breath. Hold on. Yi Chun comforted her and dripped her blood on the heaven and earth ring. The blood disappeared within the blink of an eye. Now, Daddy will teach you how to use it. Yi Chun picked up the heaven and earth hoop and demonstrated. Enlarge. His voice fell. The universe ring instantly doubled in size. Bigger. The Qianquan ring became like a pot lid. Shrink. Smaller. As soon as Yi Chun was done speaking, the heaven and earth ring shrunk from the size of a pot lid to the size of a palm. The little girl was dazzled. Daddy, it's so magical. It's magical, isn't it? Yi Chun chuckled softly. Try it now. The little girl could not stop nodding. She expanded and shrunk again, smiling happily. Daddy, is this little Neza's hoop? I guess so. Yi Chun was stunned at first. Then he said while smiling, This is for you to protect yourself. You must always wear it on your hand. If you encounter bad guys, toss it out to fight them. Yes, yes. The little girl smiled sweetly. At that moment, the Patriarch of Hell walked in while shaking his head. The little girl's eyes lit up. She took off the heaven and earth hoop and tossed it at the Patriarch directly. The heaven and earth hoop grew in the wind and landed on the Patriarch's head accurately. The Patriarch of Hell was dumbstruck. What's going on? Before he could react, he heard the little girl shout, Shrink! The Patriarch felt the metal hoop on him shrink all of a sudden. He rolled his eyes and could not catch his breath. Magic tool. The Patriarch snapped back to his senses. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. MMP, who did I offend? You can't bully me like that. Seeing that the heaven and earth hoop was shrinking, the Patriarch spoke through voice transmission immediately. Master, please spare me. I shouldn't have encouraged Ning Rulin to pinch your sister-in-law's chest. He thought Yi Chun had taught him a lesson with a magic tool because he had found out what he had done earlier. Yi Wushuang, who was standing aside, sensed the divine consciousness fluctuation as soon as he spoke through voice transmission. He could not help but look at the Patriarch. All right. Yi Chun caressed the little girl's face. The little girl stuck her tongue out and extended her arm to wave at the Patriarch. The heaven and earth hoop flew back to her hand. Don't play with it in the future. Do you hear me? Yi Chun reminded with a straight face. He was really afraid that the little girl would use it on ordinary people. Tip: please rest your eyes when you read for a long time. Recommended reading. The little girl loved it. Yes, yes. I understand. After regaining his freedom, the Patriarch realized that Wu Shuang could not stop staring at him. He rolled his eyes angrily. Why are you looking at a pretty boy? Yi Wu Shuang looked away coldly and looked at Yi Chun. Clearly, he realized that the Patriarch of Hell was not as simple as a dog. Yi Chun could only tell him about the Patriarch's situation through voice transmission. Yi Wu Shuang came to a realization. At that moment, Su Yuhan walked in with Su Yue. She said, while smiling, Yi Chun, Yue said that she's not feeling well. I want to take her to the hospital. Yi Chun could not help but look at Su Yue. Yi Chun could not help but look at Su Yue. Are you sick? Let me take a look at you. And no need. Su Yue's pretty face blushed, and she rejected immediately. Her chest was hurting from Ning Rulin's pinch until now. Even though she knew that Yi Chun had medical skills, it was impossible for her to let him take a look. After all, it was a sensitive position. Su Yuhan said after returning to her room to change. Then we'll go to the hospital. We'll be back soon. We'll go to the market to buy some groceries on our way back and cook. Wait. Yi Chun suddenly stopped her and said, Let Wu Shuang go with you guys. Otherwise, I'll be worried. Now that the Martial Alliance had issued a kill order on him, Su Yuhan did not have any cultivation base at all. He was worried about her going out alone. Su Yuhan nodded and led Yi Wushuang out. Su Yue, on the other hand, became nervous. She blushed and did not dare to look at Yi Wushuang. After they left, Yi Qin played with his daughter in the house for a while and taught her how to use the heaven and earth ring. Lin Tai walked in quickly. "My lord, Yang Junlin is here. He wants to see you." "Why is he here?" Yi Qin was stunned, but he said, "Anyway, let him in." Then he said to the little girl, "My good daughter, you and Butt-Face go outside to play for a while. Daddy wants to meet a guest." Soon, Lin Tai led someone in. It was Yang Junlin, but there was an old man in a gray robe behind him. P.S. Chapter 3. Chapter 251. The Genius Stay-at-Home Dad in the City. Chapter 251. Yang Junlin visits. City Romance. Jikekums. At a bookmark. Chapter 251. Yang Junlin's visit. Yang Junlin was still wearing the purple robe he wore last time. His aura was hidden, but the gray-robed old man behind him looked arrogant. There was coldness between his brows. After Lin Tai brewed tea for the two of them and left, Yang Junlin smiled apologetically. "I came to disturb you, Supreme. Please forgive me." "Don't worry about it. Who's this?" Yi Qin shook his head lightly and looked at the gray-robed old man next to him. He could sense that the old man had a martial Dao Master cultivation base, but he seemed to be quite hostile toward him. Yang Junlin said, "This is Elder Sun from the Martial Alliance." Elder Sun scoffed upon hearing that. He looked very arrogant. "The Martial Alliance?" Yi Qin frowned and said to Yang Junlin wryly, "Brother Yang, you must have heard about what happened between me and the Martial Alliance. But you brought an elder from the Martial Alliance to see me today," Yang Junlin said solemnly. "I found out about the grudge between Supremacy Yi and the Martial Alliance. That's why I took the liberty to bring Elder Sun here. I want to be a mediator and resolve the grudge between Supremacy Yi and the Martial Alliance." "Resolve?" Yi Qin chuckled softly. "You've already issued a kill order on me. Why are you here to resolve it now?" Yang Junlin could not help but look at Elder Sun next to him. "Elder Sun, tell him. The government doesn't want to see this happen either. In short, it's best to resolve this." Elder Sun got up and looked directly at Yi Qin. He said, while smirking, "You've crossed the line by killing 5 masters from my Martial Alliance, including Elder Feng. It's not impossible to resolve this as long as you cripple your cultivation base." As soon as he said that, note, please rest your eyes after reading for a long time. Yang Junlin's expression changed drastically. Elder Sun, never had he thought that the Martial Alliance's request would be so outrageous. To an ancient martial artist, cultivation base was more important than their life. Clearly, the Martial Alliance did not want to resolve this. "You want me to cripple my cultivation base?" Yi Qin laughed. Elder Sun placed his hands behind his back and said condescendingly, "That's right. Destroy your own cultivation. Mad Southern Yi, I admit that you're very powerful as the #1 on the Heaven leaderboard. However, don't think that the Martial Alliance can't do anything to you. If you're smart, destroy your own cultivation now and follow me back to the Martial Alliance to be judged." "Elder Sun, that's not what you said to me before we came." Yang Junlin's expression darkened. He was ordered by #1 to mediate the conflict between the Martial Alliance and Yi Qin. Never had he thought that Elder Sun, who had been rather nice to him earlier, would change his mind after seeing Yi Qin. He would make such an outrageous request. Was he looking down on Yang Junlin? Elder Sun smirked. "I did think about resolving the grudge between us earlier, but that was under the premise that Mad Southern Yi had a good attitude. Now, my Martial Alliance is regretting it." Yang Junlin flew into a rage. Yi Chen waved his hand to stop him. He said to Elder Sun wryly, "You've told me your Martial Alliance's request. Isn't it my turn to make a request now?" "How dare you make a request?" Elder Sun thought he heard it wrong. He said, while snickering, "Mad Southern Yi, I'm warning you to know your place. Do you know that all the powerhouses in China will be your enemy as soon as the Martial Alliance's kill order is released?" Yi Chen did not comment. He said, while squinting, "I think you're mistaken. I'm not the one who should be afraid. It's the Martial Alliance." "My Martial Alliance is afraid? What a joke!" Elder Sun laughed out of rage. Yi Chen said expressionlessly, "My request is simple. If you want me to let the Martial Alliance go, get your chief to kneel and apologize to me." "You're so arrogant, brat." Elder Sun was shaking from rage. "Great, very great. If that's the case, there's nothing more to talk about between us. You're seeking death." He flung his sleeve in an attempt to leave after saying that. "Wait," Yi Chen said in a timely manner. Elder Sun turned his head and said while smirking, "What? Do you regret it?" "I don't want a dog to stand and talk to me." Yi Chen shook his head lightly and said coldly, "Kneel." As soon as he said that, an extremely powerful pressure exploded from his body. Under this pressure, Yang Junlin and Elder Sun's expressions changed, especially Elder Sun. He felt an incomparably terrifying pressure pressing down on him like a mountain, causing him to kneel on the ground with a thud. "Yi Chen, you're courting death." Elder Sun looked at Yi Chen with a face full of resentment. He was terrified. It was his first time experiencing how terrifying Yi Chen was. He did not expect Yi Chen to be able to suppress him with just his aura. Yang Junlin, who was standing aside, was also shocked because he felt like he could not resist Yi Chen's pressure. He said after some hesitation, "Venerable Yi, don't be rash. The government, Brother Yang, don't use the government to pressure me." Yi Chen interrupted him and glared coldly at Elder Sun, who was kneeling on the ground. "It seems like Feng Kuai didn't deliver my message. Please note, please pay attention to the rest of your eyes when reading for a long time." "What are you trying to do?" There was fear in Elder Sun's eyes. Yi Chen flicked his finger and a golden flame shot into his body. "I've prepared a big gift for your Martial Alliance chief. Please tell him that I, Yi Chen, will come to your Martial Alliance mountain gate with my sword in 2 days. I'll destroy the Martial Alliance." As soon as he was done speaking, Elder Sun felt that he could move again. Elder Sun felt that he could move again. He glared at Yi Chen with a malicious expression. "What did you do to me? Get lost." Yi Chen waved his sleeve, and Elder Sun felt energy coming at him. His expression changed as he ran toward the door. He said while running, "Yi Chen, I guarantee that you'll regret this." "Thank you, Venerable Yi." Yang Junlin got up and clasped his fists at Yi Chen in all seriousness. He knew that Yi Chen had the ability to kill Elder Sun earlier. The reason why he did not do anything was purely to save face for him. "Don't worry about it. Brother Yang meant well." Yi Chen shook his head lightly and said with a scoff, "However, the Martial Alliance thinks too highly of themselves. I can't believe they sent someone to get me to cripple my cultivation base. Venerable Yi, there's something that I'm not sure if I should say." Yang Junlin sighed and looked hesitant. Yi Chen nodded and said, "Go ahead. You're no match for the Martial Alliance." Yang Junlin suddenly said something very incisive. "Why?" Yi Chen looked calm. Yang Junlin took a good look at him and said, "Although you're number 1 on the Heaven leaderboard and your combat strength is on par with a half-step Martial Venerable, you're still no match for the Martial Alliance. Have you ever thought about how the Martial Alliance is above all ancient martial artists? Have you ever thought that the Martial Alliance's foundation isn't as simple as it looks since they're able to get the breakthrough pill?" Yi Chen smiled and said nothing. He knew how powerful the Martial Alliance was. However, was he someone to be messed with? Yang Junlin took a deep breath in and said, "Many people don't know that the Martial Alliance has a big secret." P.S. Chapter 4